It's, I don't know. I didn't read them.
A
Gotcha.
little delay there.
Okay, yep, there we go. Here? Oh, gosh. Hi, where are you? Okay, that's how we doing.
All right, good evening, folks. Welcome to the New Hartford Town Board meeting. Today is April 1st, 2026. The time is 6 p.m. and I call this meeting to order. We begin with some introductions, followed by the Pledge of Allegiance, and then we'll get into our board meeting. On our far left, we have Shannon Guernsey, Highway Secretary. And we have our Assessor, Darlene Abacola. And then we have our Personnel Director, Christina Lacey, our Director of the Library, Ann Duras. To my far left, we have Chief Ron Fontaine. Then we have our Highway Superintendent, Rick Sherman, our First Ward Councilman, Vincent Prestera, Third Ward Councilman, David Reynolds, Confidential Secretary to the Supervisor, Christine Martin. To our far right on the floor, we have Sue Keller, Deputy Clerk. And then to the right of the panel, we have Town Clerk Michelle Moran, Second Ward Councilman John Lachini, Town of Hartford Attorney Herbert Cully, and then we have Deputy Supervisor and Fourth Ward Councilman David Teahan. Myself, Jim Messa, Town Supervisor. Also in the audience, we have from the media, Alexis Menor from the Rome Daily Sentinel. Thank you for joining us. At this time, I ask you to please rise for the Pledge of Allegiance. Pledge allegiance to
the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
First on the agenda, we have the March 4th meeting minutes. And if anybody took time to review those, and if everything looks good, you'd like to approve those, I'll
Motion.
a motion by Councilman Latini, second. Second by Councilman Teahan. Discussion?
Just, Michelle, I had submitted those updates. You were able to make those to the minutes?
No, that was not included.
It was, I'm sorry?
No,
You didn't make the updates?
no, as I sent you an email indicating why.
No, but there were some other ones, so.
All the other ones, yes.
Okay, perfect.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay. Any further discussion? Okay. Clerk Moran, if you call for a roll.
Sure. Councilman Latini?
Aye.
Councilman Tian?
Aye.
Councilman Massa? I'm sorry, Supervisor Massa?
Aye.
Councilman Reynolds?
Aye.
Councilman Prestera?
Aye.
All in favor?
Okay. Just a quick housekeeping note too. We have some presentations tonight and public comments. We do have a rules of conduct for public meeting. I think it's at the table. So if we can silence our phones, it would be beneficial to the presenters, so it doesn't disrupt them. Also for the board members too, if we can allow our presenters to finish their presentations and then follow up with the questions. Because I feel sometimes the question that you have may already be answered when they're presenting. So with that, we'll open up to the public comments, limit to 3 minutes. And do we have the list?
Yep. Ed Collins?
Yep, right there.
The mic should be on it.
Yep.
Hi, my name is Ed Collins. I run a dairy farm up in Chadwicks along Route 8, okay? And I'm here to try to fix an injustice that I feel. We're building a new barn, 600 by 300. We're after a building permit, which costs 10 cents a square foot. For just a building, buy a piece of paper, $18,000. We're not living in the barn, we're milking cows. Why is it so high?
Mr. Collins, so I did speak with our town attorney in regards to the agricultural aspect in terms of the building permit.
Can you turn up a little bit on,
Yeah,
please?
yeah.
You could adjust.
Again, side,
So anyways, can you hear me now? Okay.
up is all the way.
So I spoke with the town attorney today in regards to agricultural building permits, so I'll have him speak to that
Okay.
for you, okay?
Good.
Hi, my name is Herb Cully. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can. Go ahead.
There you go. Now you can hear.
You could hear me without it. I'll put it that.
Maybe
Now
maybe
now
it's
you
just gonna
can
get
really
better.
hear me. Jim called me with the situation. I had an opportunity to speak to George Farley, our codes officer, as well. And he confirmed the fact that there is no separate category for an agricultural building, and that if he applied an accessory structure in a residential, which you're not, then the cost would be $18,000.
Yeah.
I had an opportunity to look at our town code, and section 118-140 says that the purpose of the fees is to reimburse the town in supporting comprehensive planning and engineering and necessary support services, direct and indirect, to provide processing, review, inspection, and implementation of development applications, plans, and requests for permits. I don't think your case applies to any of that. You're just getting a permit to put a structure up. I went further to look at the categories of the fees. And the fees are categorized: if you're in a site plan review process, you're not. If you're in a development district, you're not. The fee schedules refer to residential, doesn't apply to you. Multifamily doesn't apply to you. And commercial, I don't think that applies to you. So I think the agricultural is a unique classification that is not defined in our ordinance. And if it isn't, that gives this board the authority to set a fee, because we don't have a fee prescribed in the ordinance.
Okay.
So, to me, I think there's leeway. I don't know if George was here.
He's on vacation.
Oh, okay. So it's pretty much up to the board. Now, I've checked other municipalities, and for example, I looked at the town of Ballston, because there are a lot of farms there, and they have separate fees for agricultural structures.
Okay.
And I think it would be reasonable, it's up to this board, to adopt a fee for your case, for your situation, and then they would have to deal with it on a case-by-case basis. Is yours gonna have running water?
Yeah.
Sewer?
No sewer.
No sewer?
Water for the cows, though. You know, they get a
Okay.
drink.
Isn't anybody gonna sleep there? Is it gonna be residential in any way? Is there an apartment?
No, it's a barn for put cows in.
Okay. It's,
I mean, there isn't too much agriculture in the town of New Hartford,
I get
but there's getting fewer and fewer, okay?
Yep.
When I come back on the farm in 1971, there was over 60 active farms in the town of New Hartford. Now you're down to 2. And if this keeps up, we're gonna have to move some other place.
and I think it's wonderful. I'm kind of biased. I grew up with my father repairing barns and silos.
All right.
So I have a little preference, but I think it's reasonable for an agricultural use. You're not gonna have anybody staying there, nobody's gonna live there.
Nope,
You're putting up a pole barn? Is that what you would call it?
steel construction. I mean, pole construction like, yeah.
Is it gonna have a foundation?
No,
Okay, how large is, it's gonna be on a slab?
600 foot long, 300 foot wide, 340 foot wide, I think it is. But I just want 300 by 600 and $18,000 for a building permit. That's kind of ridiculous if you ask me.
I think we all feel the same way, sir. I think we're gonna try to help you.
Okay.
I think it's only right.
The,
I agree.
the last barn we built, we were in a big hurry, and we paid it. It was like $12,000.
Yeah.
Wow.
Well, we haven't finalized the plans yet on this one, but we're jumping through the hoops of water systems and everything else to make sure it's right. But we'd like to see this reduce.
Now, Herb,
Okay, and once this barn is done, we're gonna build another barn. So let's see if we can get it straight before we build the second barn.
I think the agricultural field itself has been going through some tough times in the last 20 years.
Yeah.
Or more. I see it. I'd have to agree with you. So, and I'm sure my board would probably feel the same way.
Okay,
But
So-
I'm not
sounds-
speaking for them, but I think we're gonna come up with
sounds
something.
good for me. Now, you said you compared it to somebody else. Like, if you compared it to the town of Bridgewater, Curtains are building a barn twice the size of ours and nowhere's near what they had to pay for the building permit, you
Do you know
know?
what their fee was?
$100 and a dozen donuts.
Just a dozen?
Yeah, just a dozen?
I've got to tell you, the Bridgewater town attorney and village attorney is in the same building as I am.
Well, talk to
Oh,
them
I'll,
then.
I'll see if I can get some of those donuts.
Now, that's what I was told. I don't have it in writing, but that's what I was told. It cost them $100 and a dozen donuts, so.
Yeah.
Okay, so, we were also in the town of Marshall. We built a big heifer barn up there, 1,200 heifers. And, building permit was real small, you know? So, I just hope the town of New Hartford could come around and help us. We're jumping through hoops to get everything done and done right, but we would like some help with this building permit.
Okay.
Does
Yeah.
this,
Mr.
does
Collins?
this replace an existing barn or?
No, it does not.
It's an additional.
Brand new.
An additional, yeah.
Yes. Now, the second barn, we're tearing down an old barn and putting a new barn in its place, a new milking parlor. But that's down the road, a year or two down the road. Okay?
Mr. Collins, what's your time frame in looking to start the
We
construction?
hope to be breaking ground this summer,
Okay,
okay? So, and be within a year with the
Okay.
cows, okay?
good, very,
And then 2 years down the road, we'd like to build another one.
okay.
So, I think, you check the things, I'm one of the biggest taxpayers in the town of New Hartford. We got all sorts of land and lots of houses and, so, I just
We appreciate you.
like some help, okay, guys?
Sure.
Yeah, absolutely.
Board, please?
Absolutely.
Mr. Collins, does this have anything to do with Chobani?
Yeah, okay. I sell my milk through DFA, Dairy Farmers of America.
Right, co-operative.
Yeah, and a truck is in my driveway about 5:30 in the morning, loads up, takes a full tank of milk.
Yep.
And quite often they head south. And then they're, about 1 o'clock, they're back, 12:30, they're back in with another tank of milk. So we're shipping over 50 ton of milk a day. And quite a bit of it ends up in Chobani.
Very impressive, yeah.
Now they're building another plant in Rome, and so we're about equal distance apart, so
Right.
we've got a good milk market, so.
Yeah.
Good.
Good.
Well, it's, we're taking on 3 new partners, and we're expanding,
I guess you
and
are.
I'm 79. They want me to retire, but I'm not ready to retire yet, so
God bless you.
we'll keep going, okay?
Yeah, appreciate all your hard work.
Thank you.
Did
Thank you very
have a
much.
figure in mind that you felt would be reasonable?
I think $100 and a dozen donuts.
What do you think he's gonna say?
I had to ask.
He's not gonna argue if you go 50 and a dozen.
Yeah, that's right. Okay,
50 and 2
so how soon could I be finding out?
Well, we can do that tonight if, my question was to Herb, when he looked at Boston, if there was numbers there that we could, benchmark off of.
I'll pull them up. They're very low.
It's gonna just be a regular fee, I think, guys.
Okay,
Yeah, hang on, we'll,
all set?
We'll get it done for you now. Just
Yeah,
hang on a second, like the supervisor said, hang on 1 minute.
just
Okay.
looking up some.
Very good. Thanks for your time.
Thank
Yeah.
you.
Thank
Hopefully
you.
we get it done right.
Good luck.
So this is my hired man, Ryan. He's one of our future partners.
How you
And,
doing? Nice to meet you.
Ron, did I miss anything, Ron? So, okay?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks for your time
And we'll get the numbers now, and we'll do is we'll make a motion, and then you can go see George. If you want
Okay.
to stick around for a few
I've
minutes.
talked to George, but I think he said he was gonna be on vacation.
Yeah, so next week, come back and see
Okay.
George. like
I
Monday.
talked to Brian Miller and he says go here first,
Yeah, I talked to Brian today as well.
okay?
Yeah.
So,
You wanna stick around a few minutes like the supervisor just said, we'll probably get this done for you tonight.
Okay.
Okay?
okay? Yeah.
Okay, guys.
Jim, if you want to keep going, I'm looking it up.
Okay.
Thank you.
Anyone else?
Good luck.
Take one of those and pass them down.
Michelle?
Oh, yeah, we have second speaker. Lori, and I'm sorry about your last name. Yes. Makes perfect sense when you say it.
Lori Cantanzaro. I live at 4451 Middle Settlement Road. I spoke with you. I spoke with you. I had 7 state guys come look at my stream in front of my mailbox and just hands on their hips. The town guys drive by. I can't check my mail on rainy days. Literally, it's that deep. Also, the back lot, the Eye Associates, New Hartford Eye Associates. I've had 2 gentlemen decide to urinate. There's nothing I can do when I call the police because we are not catching him basically right there. We have called,
Have you called
We're-
since we last spoke?
no,
Okay, I just want to make sure
but
that
Officer,
Sergeant
yeah.
Moskal came to see you, yeah?
yes, he came over, he said that, as soon as you see him starting, we did that the first time.
Right, but
It-
not since we've spoke, or not since you spoke with the sergeant, did
Oh,
has it
no,
happened?
that was
Okay.
last week,
Okay, just
but,
want to make sure it didn't happen
no,
again
but you
since
know
we
what,
spoke.
now they're repairing cars back there. Patients' family members get out, start cleaning their vehicles, throwing their garbage in the dumpster. It may make it to the dumpster, or it ends up in my backyard. I have little grandkids, I have a pool. I don't need vapes in my backyard. I don't need shirtless men mowing the lawn or blowing the leaves into my yard. And the spotlight that just came on 2 weeks ago. Literally, my entire kitchen is lit up like the 4th of July. My backyard, it's like daylight. I bought my house 3 years ago. I seen it on a Friday evening. We closed 30 days later, 60 days later, whatever. I didn't go there during the week. I didn't see what happens back there. Because a lot happens back there, as I told you.
This is New Hartford Eye Associates property.
Yes,
Yeah, so I had a discussion with Lori a couple weeks ago, and she explained exactly
Yeah.
what she had done. I don't know if I have it actually on the agenda for tonight.
I
So
seen
I'm
that and I
glad.
was like.
It's perfect timing that
But
you're
you
here.
know what,
so
I'm
you
one
for
of
your
6
time.
homes on Middle Settlement in that little area.
You're right.
All the other residents say, well, you're never gonna get anywhere. You're just blowing hot air. You're doing that, you're pushing the boundary. No, I'm standing up for my property values.
Sure.
The house or the lot across the street just went for sale today for $400,000. For 11 point, yeah, I know, I said the same thing considering there's water all through that and homeless.
Yeah.
But, I mean, if they sell that, that's going to improve my property.
Sure.
So, I mean, my house is bought and paid for. It was supposed to be my forever home. And,
We hope that it still will, so. I had spoken with the chief and he was kind enough to look into it. I know he had a discussion with you. So hopefully they'll have a path forward should anything arise again in that case.
it's mainly now the spotlight, I'm over the men that feel the need to urinate. I'm over that.
Can I ask
Even officer, yes, urinate.
So let me ask you a question. Is this people that work at the Eye
No.
Association? Okay, people that work for them?
Patients,
Oh,
or
patients.
patients' families.
I thought you had
Okay.
indicated there was a contractor.
Oh, the lawn man,
Yeah.
yeah, oh, him too.
So
He
just so
hires
you-
anyone and
I-
everyone.
Hopefully this information got to you, but after Sergeant Moskal spoke with you, we went into all the businesses there, let them know of the concerns and the complaints, and asked them to address their patients, staff, customers, what have you, and any subcontractors as
Yeah.
well, so that they're on notice. Furthermore, we have made some attempts, I don't know at this moment if we've completed this, but we are trying to make direct contact with the owner of that property.
Lots of
because that's- So that's obviously leased or rented out,
Yeah.
so.
John Wade is a very difficult man to get a hold of.
I bet I can find him.
Uptown, trust me, I'm
can
this close.
I didn't know he was the owner, there was, because another company that's listed
Yeah,
of
it's
record.
uptown.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, well, that helps, I appreciate that information.
You mentioned car repairs.
Oh, yeah, they're out there cleaning, checking their oils, changing their oils.
Are the cars parked there an extended period of time or
No, just while they're.
just while they're in
remember,
for an appointment? or
Yeah.
so- Okay.
I literally have it, like, I think 2 days after Mark Moskal came to the home. I'm like, well, there they are. And then I seen a New Hartford, town of New Hartford vehicle back there and everything, looking around, making sure. But like I said, everybody has, some sort of shelter from there. We're planting trees. I have the cleaning lady throwing mop water on my brand new trees I just planted. I got willows back there. I just I just got a full survey, paid all of that. I don't want to have to pay a variance fee. I don't want to have to pay for a fence. I don't want to pay for any of that when it's common decency,
So Lori, you said Spotlight, you said that was new since 2
Oh.
weeks ago, or
This was 2 weeks ago, I
Okay.
believe.
did we notify George of the Spotlight? Okay,
I
so,
sent it to
Because-
George, he added this, he took a look at the spotlights, and that's something I wanted to touch on here.
But you can't do it during the day.
No, I
They don't come
understand.
on until 7:30, 8 o'clock.
I was,
By statute, they have to be what's called dark sky compliant. They have to face their property and not away from the property.
It looks like the spotlights are right in the front of the building and they spotlight back. I have pictures of my kitchen. I had to redo my living room because I got sliding glass doors, which have tint.
these are the poles that are on the
Yeah.
roof.
Mm-hmm.
Right, and there's rectangular
The little ones are fine.
LED panels.
Yeah, those are
Sit on
fine,
those.
but when I'm sitting in my backyard wanting to have, a midnight fire,
You front on Middle Settlement Road or on Seneca
Yes.
Turnpike?
I'm on
Middle settlement.
Middle Settlement.
Okay,
Yeah, so in her backyard is New Hartford Eye Associates
right,
Building.
right.
And other CNYI.
Nobody's ever complained. I don't think the woman that lived, she was, I think, 80 when she passed. So I don't think anybody really complained, but like I said, I have grandchildren that come over and
Right.
I don't need my 2 granddaughters being gawked at by people from the Eye Associate, their customers. You would think that'd be a higher end eye clinic. I know Dr. Wattis charges a fortune in Whitesboro, I'm pretty sure,
Well,
I'll follow up with I'll make sure we make contact with the actual owner.
Right.
That would be
John.
hopefully a driving force behind getting some compliance with the tenants to clean their act up a bit, okay?
I really hope so, because like I said, I don't wanna
So
have
urge
to
you to
go
call
out.
if you do see it. I know it's annoying to say
Yeah,
the least, but if you can
But
call
I
when it
can't, I
happens.
can't keep calling, and
You
if I
can.
catch it, I can
Yeah.
keep calling, but
We don't mind.
I
It's-
also
it's
have a
lot easier.
life.
Right, no, I understand, I understand.
I was gonna go for the stormwater thing, but I'm too busy during the
understand.
day.
Okay.
And Lori, getting back to the lights,
Yes,
I'm gonna talk to my board members. We've had other complaints about people with bright lights in their windows. I think, actually, I think we should actually have them put some type of shield around. We've done that with, stores on Commercial Drive and
Correct.
stuff, like, you know what I mean?
see, I used to live over on Main Street in Yorkville.
Yeah.
And when, who was it?
That'll make a big,
Oh, Mr. Vito, he bought my home.
Frank, yeah.
That's why we moved to New Hartford. But he had to tone down all of his lights. But it was a very cordial, it's like, Frank,
Yep.
what are we doing?
Yep.
And he's like, Lori, I'm on it. We're on it right now. And finally it just got to the point of where I had to sell.
Jim, is that something we can talk to George about too? Maybe,
Yeah, I've talked to George about this. He took a look at it. He wasn't sure exactly, but
Yeah,
that
this-
helps what Herb had
The
indicated.
statute also
So-
requires it be shielded on
Yeah,
the side.
yeah. With a
Okay,
shield.
so
Like I
what
said,
these
my
are-
whole backyard, in my living room, like
Yeah.
I
Yeah,
said,
it's
I
crazy.
have a spotlight coming, I had to move my
Yeah,
couch.
these are poles that are on the roof and they have large rectangular LED panels that are
Just flash it.
tilted down.
They aren't even, they're straight.
Yeah, there's a slight bend. I think the idea is to get light into their back lot, which obviously
Is needed,
goes to your.
but that happens
as well.
during the day.
Yeah.
I have not had any activity back there at night,
Okay.
and
We'll,
that's
we'll look into this and, we'll get back.
also stormwater.
Yeah,
They're
so-
plowing everything into the back lot. We do not have a storm drain where Jim
We'll talk to them about that as
has
well.
that and Rob Moss has his. Ours, my whole backyard is flooded.
Okay, we'll take both
So-
in consideration. Thank you so
Thank you,
much.
guys.
I'll get back to you, Lori, thank you.
Sorry.
I talked to DOT,
That's what I was gonna ask, okay,
Yeah.
go ahead.
and that's why they showed up.
Excellent.
We'll do a follow-up with them again, because it's not Middle Settlement Road. Middle Settlement stops at the traffic signal. Then it goes to Route 5B, which is state. So I will talk to them, because when they did all that construction there
Yeah.
for the car wash,
Yep.
adding lanes and whatever, they didn't put it back the way it was, and that's why she has water in the
Okay.
front. So I will do another follow-up with them again,
All right,
and
Report
see what
back.
they're gonna do.
thank you, Rick.
Thanks, Rick. Rick Moran, do we have another public comment?
No further.
Herb, did you,
Yeah, everything I'm seeing is in the hundreds of dollars.
board, could we, have a
Yep.
number in mind?
Well, I think we should do it 100. I mean,
Sorry,
Can I comment on that?
which one?
Which one?
On the Collins Farm?
go ahead.
Well, you're saying you might make a vote on it tonight.
Sure.
Do we, with the permit, do we consider the use of the roads, the fire department, the water, the impermeable surface? Does any of that go, is any of that offset by the permit?
No, what do you mean? Would they apply for a permit?
For a building
They
permit.
don't go through a secret process usually to.
Right, but the funds, do any of the funds used offset the cost of the use of the road? And how do we call that not commercial when he's put 50,000 pounds over our roads daily?
Well, what I said is it's agricultural, which is different than commercial.
All right, well, that's great. So then,
defined in our
how many cows do you need to get that classification?
I don't know. We're not
I
farmers.
think
You'd have to
it's
ask
gonna
him.
be a case by case.
All right, just something I thought you might want to consider.
Okay.
No, appreciate it.
This is just a permit we're gonna vote on.
I see those tankers every day myself, twice a day. Collins Farm does a hell of a job up there with these tankers. I watch them on the roads, watch them with liquid manure, and I've never, ever, once I think, I went and visit you, but other than that, they run a clean outfit
For decades.
for decades.
This is nothing
Right.
new.
So,
Well, and I think he indicated he's one of the highest taxpayers in the
Yes.
town.
Yes.
So the taxes he's paying are going to the
The
general
roads.
fund and,
Road and stuff.
yeah.
so Jim, you want me to make a motion?
If there's a figure that the board is comfortable with?
Okay. I mean, I can suggest that we just, compromise and do what the other ones. What was the other fee? It was $100 somewhere?
Yeah,
So
What
I
are
mean,
you seeing here, Herb?
I'm just seeing hundreds, 200, 100.
Okay.
So, I mean, if it's all comparable, then why don't we just make a motion to do a $100 fee for this gentleman's permit?
So we have a motion for $100 for the building permit in the agricultural area.
So do we have to modify the code for the fees?
No, we're
Okay.
not changing the code.
No.
This is a unique situation. It is a
I'll motion that, Jim.
Yeah, case by case. So we have a motion, do we have a second?
I'll second it.
Second by Councilman Prestera. Any further discussion?
Nope.
Okay, Clerk Moran, if you call for a roll.
Councilman Prestera?
Aye.
Councilman Reynolds?
Aye.
Councilman Tehan?
Aye.
Councilman Latini?
Aye.
Supervisor Massa?
Aye.
All in favor?
Good luck with your
Collins?
project.
You're all set.
What about the donuts?
Yes,
I don't think that's appropriate now. We can talk about it later.
if they happen to show up, I don't know.
Over coffee and donuts, right, Dave?
Yeah,
Probably better
We
off,
gotta-
with-
we gotta have
probably
more
better
than
off with the
a
yogurt.
All right. So to see George on Monday,
maybe
Okay.
chocolate fingers.
get your permit.
You're all set, Mr. Collins, thank you.
All right.
Good luck with your project.
Michelle, you said there's no more? Okay. Next up, we have our Parkinson's Director from Community Wellness Partners, Allison Swartz, to talk about the Parkinson's Awareness Walk on September 12th, 2026. Spark the night, and then the board will present a town proclamation to her from the board. So Allison?
So good evening, everyone. Thank you Supervisor Mesa and the New Hartford Town Council for giving me the opportunity to announce that April is Parkinson's Awareness Month. For a little more than a year, I've served for Community Wellness Partners, which is in Clinton, New York, and we also have property in New Hartford, or the town of New Hartford as well. And I've been their director of its Parkinson's program since January of 2025. Parkinson's disease, as you may know, from Michael J. Fox, Ozzy Osbourne, Alan Alda, to Janet Reno, is a neurological disorder that affects movement, all movement in the body. How we talk, how we walk, how we write, how we smile, and how our mind thinks, all movement. What makes this disease stand out is that its prevalence here in the Mohawk Valley, and the national numbers are expected to nearly double by 2050. Double. We don't know exactly what causes Parkinson's disease, but we do know that chemicals in our environment are most to blame, with those numbers elevated if someone in our family has it or who had it. While there is no cure, there are ways to slow the symptoms and live better with the disease while staying in the comforts of your home. And I could speak for a long time about this disease, but I wanted to bring the focus this evening on how the town of New Hartford is supporting our efforts. Besides, we have a number of activities to share with you that I'm happy to leave behind, detailing our programs and our effort. And so I left this flyer, a number of them, on the table before you leave. Grab one, because I'm sure you probably know somebody who has Parkinson's. First, I wanted to bring notice to when you walked in this evening. The town of New Hartford building is lit up in blue. It's a little bit daylight out still. However, if you have not seen those lights, when you leave this evening, turn around and take a look at those lights. The town of New Hartford has lit up its building blue, or considered they're sparking the night, to honor those who are living and fighting Parkinson's disease. And so I believe that there's a video. I don't know if that's ready to play, but Ms. Martin here, if you could, please play the video that was created last year by a worldwide Parkinson's disease nonprofit organization who featured 3 local buildings or landmarks here in the Mohawk Valley. So please enjoy this video for the next couple of minutes. And see if you notice what 3 of those buildings or landmarks are.
Spark the night, let the power see. In every window shine defiantly. From silent halls to bustling streets, we rise for justice, refusing defeats. 3, 2, 2, 1. Spark the night. Spark the night. Tonight we light the truth in blue. Each glow
unified. Parkinson's is more than a tremor, mood swings, sleep loss, gut and distress. Over 40 symptoms, a daily test. Depression, speech loss, isolation, sting. Invisible battles each day bring. Stigma shadows every stride, misunderstood with truths to hide. Employment hurdles, income strains. Discrimination adds to the chain. From Toronto's tower to Adelaide's lights, Santa Rosa Square joins the fight. Romania's towns, Slovenia's sights. Blue glows unite our rights. Spark the Germany, Italy, Netherlands stand. Portugal, Spain, and Hollywood land. Stories shared, truths unveiled. Together justice will prevail. Spark the night, let the power see. In every window shine defiantly. From silent halls to bustling streets, we rise for justice, refusing defeat. This is our stand, our fight, our right. We are the PD Avengers in the night. Together we spark, we shine, we ignite until Parkinson's is out of sight. Spark the night. Spark the night. Spark the night.
All right, did you see all three? So there was the Stanley Theater, the Utica sign, and Bank of Utica. So at this moment, Community Wellness Partners is seeking permission to utilize Cheryl Brook Park on Saturday, September 12th for the annual Parkinson's Awareness Walk.
And you completed the application and fee to the town clerk?
Yes.
You've received that, all right. So board, last year, Allison came before us and we did have the walk there. I think it was very successful. We had New Hartford PD helping. We had New Hartford Fire Department there with the flag. And then Edwards Ambulance also participated. It was great to have a community effort for that. And how many did you have attend about?
We probably had a couple hundred people attend, but what's even better was that we raised nearly $40,000 for our Parkinson's programs.
Nice.
Yeah, that's great. And you're going around asking other buildings, who do you have for this year?
We have about 30 buildings. New ones this year are First Source Federal Credit Union, The Rock, which is in Clinton, Gem Agency, who created that new signage in front of their place, and they're tickled to be able to add something cool for the community and include it on their signage. They started supporting us also in the last couple of years as well. So, you know, and the city of Utica has a number of locations where their buildings light up. City Hall, the police department, Varick Street. I know I'm missing some. There are some great ones in Oneida County with the Oneida County Office Building, the parking garage adjacent to Wynn Hospital, and some rural places too. And I'm glad you mentioned Bridgewater. That's where I grew up. So there's a nice little farm, the Pew Farm, just below Bridgewater, who also light up blue. They have this, I don't know, it just says Suck Up on the building, S-U-K-U-P. And so they have a store there, and they've got two blue lights that they have on at nighttime. So there are a number of residents as well. So if any of you leave here this evening, stop over to the local hardware store and grab a bulb. They're only $5.99 for blue bulbs. Put them on your front porch and your windows. For the month of April, it's a great tribute to those who are living with Parkinson's. And before I close, I just wanted to mention that normally in the past, people with Parkinson's would come to the nursing home, and that's where they would live the rest of their lives in long-term care. However, with outpatient therapy programs programs that we have at Community Wellness Partners, you're able to live in the comforts of your home and still live a decent life having Parkinson's. And I think the last item up that I have is I have pins for all of you for honoring those with Parkinson's for the month of April.
Thank
Do you mind passing those out now, and then we'll
Absolutely.
make a motion to approve the walk on September 12th, 2026. Thank you. You have a motion?
I'll make a motion.
I'll second.
Motion by Councilman Prestera, second by
Thank you.
Councilman Latini. Any discussion?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank
If anybody has any questions, I'm happy to answer.
No, I think it's wonderful that you can raise that kind of money like you did last year. And it's a very needy cause, so
Thank you.
I appreciate you guys, what you do.
Thank you.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
And then Clerk Moran, when you're ready for the roll.
Councilman Latini?
Aye.
Councilman Dehan?
Aye.
Councilman Reynolds?
Aye.
Councilman Prestera?
Aye.
Supervisor Messa?
Aye.
All in favor?
Okay, if just have momentarily have Allison join us in the front and the board members, and Clerk Moran will present Allison with the proclamation. And Allison, you're also getting proclamations from,
We've received proclamations so far from Oneida County, let's see here, the Village of Clinton, Town of New Hartford, thank you. Assembly people, Brian Miller, Marianne Buttonshawn, and I think I got,
the Rome.
oh, and City of Utica and City of Rome.
So board, you want to just take a quick moment? We'll
Yep.
present this. And Christine, are you able to take a photo too? Or?
I can.
Okay.
Where are you gonna do it? Where are you gonna do it?
Appreciate your patience on this. On behalf of the Town of New Hartford, the proclamation is for Parkinson's Awareness Month, and also April 11th is World Parkinson's Day. So whereas the Parkinson's disease is a chronic progressive neurological disorder that affects millions worldwide and affects motor skills, cognitive functions, and overall quality of life. Whereas April is recognized as Parkinson's Awareness Month, April 11th is recognized as World Parkinson's Day, an effort to raise awareness, promote understanding, and cooperation with resilience of individuals living with Parkinson's. Whereas the Town of New Hartford, United County, New York, community joint community wellness partners in committing to supporting those affected by Parkinson's and their families. It's our honor to present you with this proclamation.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Okay, next up, we have Wayne Williams from Upper 90, just to give an overview on cybersecurity.
All right. Thanks, Jim. I submitted to you guys a proposal for some cybersecurity and network infrastructure upgrades. For those of you guys that don't know, I'm with Upper 90 Solutions. We are your IT provider. I've owned Upper 90 Solutions for the last 2 years. I think Capro Technologies was here 2 or 3 years before that, before I took over that company as Upper 90. So we're familiar with your infrastructure, with how you guys operate, what your needs are. And, I guess I'm here to answer any questions that you have, give you a little background of how we got to where we are now. And as you guys know, cybersecurity requirements are always changing. New York State puts a lot of requirements on municipalities, businesses. We all feel it all the time. In the environment, the world we're in, security is always a risk. So, you know, our team definitely feels that this is a priority for New Hartford to address some of these concerns. And these are concerns that I think we've also found that may be addressed by third-party audits or internal auditing that you guys are doing, some gaps. And, you know, like I mentioned to Jim, we'd like to keep this high level, not get into too many of the details. But, you know, over the past, I would say 2 years that I've been around, we've tried to get in front of this a little bit. If you look back 3 or 4 years ago, you guys were probably okay. You know, the agreement that we had with you guys probably was fine to support you at that time, but there were a lot of things that were needed with the changes over the last couple of years, and we weren't able to address them. For whatever reasons, we couldn't get to this point with the last administration, and you know, I'm not a salesperson. I'm just here to try to give you guys a proposal, address this, and you know, from a business owner standpoint and trying to support you guys. It's been great with Jim involved, and I think it was before December, we started a conversation about requirements, about where we're at from an IT standpoint. And we were, you know, I felt personally, I'll be honest, I'll say it, I felt like it wasn't falling on deaf ears anymore, and that someone else wanted to at least hear the findings that we had, the deficiencies we were seeing. So we've identified those. I gave you guys a proposal with basically everything you would need to do from an infrastructure standpoint to your email, to how you guys operate to secure the town's data, to put you in a position to be compliant from all state regulations, to give you a disaster plan in case, God forbid, something happens, there was a hack, compromise of data, any of that stuff, we would be able to address that and get you back in with a DR plan, get you back rolling probably within a day, really. You know, we can address a lot of different holes that you guys have in here. And this proposal that I've given you, without getting into the details, which is kind of hard to do, but without doing that, would position the town, probably this investment would give you the next 5 years, you would meet pretty much every requirement. You may have to do an upgrade of an operating system if something changes, end of lives, things like that, but you would be in the most modern, secure environment that allows you to adapt without making big investments, because you would be in a Microsoft 365 environment, which is all controlled by policies. You write policies that put controls in place in that environment. It's not the old way of buying a piece of hardware, spending thousands on software. You guys, from what we know in that proposal, there's 25 staff members that would fall inside of this bucket. So, you know, we think it's definitely something you guys should consider. We know we can put that we probably can finish this in 60 days or less, giving you a full DR plan, work with the town to write the policies that fit your environment, you know, from your operational needs. I know there's a price in there on that, and there's a not to exceed or whatever, and we're confident that we would not exceed that or need to. We probably, if anything, probably would use less of that based on our knowledge of what you have, but in this world, things change all the time.
I have a question for you. You have two prices in here. You got it estimated at $14,970.
Yep.
And then we have the security, management.
Yeah.
Over here, the investment, which would be $17,900. Am I right?
Yeah, I don't have that.
The estimated, project investment would be
Yeah.
$17,900.
Total would be probably 30, wasn't it?
Like,
There's two phases
Total
to
would be
this
I
project.
think this is your total, 17,900, is that what it is?
No, there's two phases to the project.
Last page.
Well, phase one is your infrastructure and network and operating systems to harden your environment.
Okay.
Right now, it's not up to par.
And this is, what's that?
So that's what's phase one.
Yep, that's phase one, this phase two, right? Okay. So this is like a yearly fee?
No, it's a one-time project fee to get you up to where you need to be.
Okay.
And then after that, you would be on a normal managed service like you guys have with us right now.
Okay.
And we would, I'll put it out in public, but your managed service fee, we would, if this project was done, we would consider continuing on as your service provider for 12 months.
Okay.
At the current rate, minus your license that's included, which you would need 25 license times $20 each or something. But minus that, we would stay on for an additional 12 months to allow everything to stabilize and then the board to review if next year, if they should put it up for an RFP, or if not. And I'm gonna be 100% honest with you, that price that you pay us right now is probably $1,500 to $1,800 cheaper than the next price you're gonna get on the managed service right now, I'm being honest with you. And,
Per month?
per month, yes. Yeah, it's an agreement from 3 or 4 years ago that should have been updated by a lot, but making these infrastructure and operational changes reduce your support going forward
So Dave, what do we currently
by
pay?
a lot.
We pay $13.50 a month, right?
That's what you pay, $13.50 a month
Yeah.
now, if I'm being honest, and
Yeah, so the back history on all this, when I took office, as I told the board, I would be reviewing contracts and service agreements and so forth, and realizing that, in conversations with Upper 90 and also under the OSC's here, and they're asking, they're doing their due diligence, and it came to light that there are weaknesses in our cybersecurity, even though we do have cybersecurity insurance, but we're vulnerable, and it's something that as a town, now that we know that this exists, and again, not pointing fingers to other administrations, is something that was just overlooked, and now we're at the point where we have to act, and that's why I feel as though this is extremely important to, for the board to seriously consider moving forward with this, and as Wayne said, what do you say, 60 days or maybe less to get
Yeah,
this
probably
up,
less
and
than
we'll be
60.
compliant at that time.
Yep.
Again, it's one of those things that, most of us have been on here for several years. We really haven't had much discussion on upgrading to, our hardware and such. So over time, it just adds up when you leave it kind of, ignoring
Yeah.
it, so to speak. But, so then, as you mentioned, was it DRS or?
the DR plan, your
Yeah, disaster
DR plan.
recovery.
Yeah.
Service,
Yep.
which is key. And maybe you can talk to the board a little bit on how that works, and then the backups and the importance of that
Yeah.
as it relates to,
Yeah, it's important to have that. Most cybersecurity insurance requirements, you have to have some kind of backup on. You should have off-site backups, just in the event as simple as if the building caught on fire. Everything you have is gone. All your data that you have within here, and you do have a lot of data here, would be destroyed. There's no backup. The backups are on-site now. They should be off-site. They should be replicating to a cloud or our data center somewhere else. They shouldn't be here. You can have an on-site copy for quicker recovery. That can be part of the solution, but you have to have something off-site. If you got ransomware, somebody in this building clicks on something, gets some ransomware, it gets onto that network, you don't know about it. You need to be able to recover to get your data, unless you're gonna pay them the ransom.
Right.
And without having that backup, you can't recover. You just can't. So it's not a good spot to be in for the small investment on the backups and stuff.
Right.
And that should be done. And I'll be the first one to say it's not about pointing fingers. We hold some accountability in that, and but we know we can address it. I know that I've gotten enough experience over the last 25, 30 years with dealing with municipalities, states, other governments all over the country, that you would be in a good position if you address these things for a long time.
So I have one question. So I'm a little confused. So right now, Jim, we're paying $13.50?
that's a service agreement.
Correct, a month.
Maintenance. Yes.
Okay. So it's gonna increase to what, 18? You're saying 1,800?
No, it wouldn't increase. Right now, the only thing you would do is you'd pay a 30, whatever that number was, to do the whole project for all the new hardware, software, the licensing, the
Change
migration,
everything over.
to change everything over.
Completely.
Completely.
And that gives us.
And then you'd still have a support, we burn 20.47 hours a month right now, and our current contract gives you 7 hours a month.
So you're handling our current contractor now.
Yes.
So here's what my question is, what are we doing for backup now?
We are backing up here. That's what you guys have.
Okay. You guys don't have an off-site backup system right now for us?
We do, not for you, no. Your cost doesn't include that, and we couldn't get that in front of anyone to accept us giving that information before.
And that's what this.
We showed up for meetings, no, not pointing fingers, we never got any traction on it. It was being backed up, that was good enough.
So this is a next level that really needs to be done.
This is a full DR plan, a full migration away from Exchange. You currently are on a Microsoft Exchange server.
This gets us to Microsoft 365.
Yeah, to stay on that environment, it's a huge investment anyways. This gets you to 365, a lot more policies and controls you guys have, a lot more litigation, access controls you guys get, all of that stuff.
And that, speak to the fact that say there's a laptop gets stolen, you guys can.
Yeah, you have controls. All your devices will be Intune enrolled, meaning that you can, if you took it somewhere, the next time it logs on, it's missing. You can remote wipe it. You can brick it, encrypt it.
Yep.
Your staff can go to any computer in this building and log on with their email address, and they'll see their same as their regular desktop. You can get your emails all over the world. We can put policies so that people can't access from any location other than whatever your requirements are. If you can think of it, we can.
I'm not opposed to the idea, but I would like to sit down with my board members and discuss this further before we go through with it.
Yeah, I
That's just
understand.
my idea. I'm not opposed to it, I agree, but I'd like to have a chance to sit down with, all my board members and make a decision. I don't want to make a decision tonight. Is that what we're planning on doing, Jim?
It's up to the board, but.
I would just like to sit down, us discuss it, maybe an executive session or whatever we have to do. Just so we understand it a little bit more. Instead of making a decision.
That's fine. Yes,
I mean,
I'll
I'm
support
not
it, and I'll
opposed,
come
like,
in
I'm
and
not
I'll come
saying
in
no
and
to it.
answer questions, sit with
Here's the
a
thing.
committee, whatever you guys need, but I'm
just like to know a little
gonna
bit
say
more
that it
about it.
needs to be addressed.
John, here's the time, we're here, talk about it, because this is something that we're vulnerable on, and we're not in compliance. And the OSC even says, that, when they did their audit, that they asked these guys a number of questions, and the more we wait on something like this.
We were able to answer one question out of.
One of my
13
questions is to my supervisor is it in the budget? We have this in the budget right now? Where's the money coming from? So, this is a difference of what, 14 or 17,000?
No,
How much?
And total.
33.
Not to exceed.
it's gonna cost you 32,000, I think it says in there.
Total, right, for both?
Yep. And I'm gonna put this out there, but you're putting out an RFP for a new support agreement you have out there.
Right.
So that goes out there at 25 users, minimum $100 a user is your support, minimum, that's baseline. So you're gonna be at $2,500 on your new managed service, but you're still gonna have all those deficiencies.
I
No one's
understand.
addressing those.
I understand, and I understand what the supervisor's saying.
And then,
Yeah.
and what
And
you're
I'm not
saying,
saying I don't want this, but I'm just saying.
That's fine by me, I'm not here to sell it, I'm just here to
no.
answer your guys' questions.
And if we think that we need it as a board, then we're gonna probably end up doing it. But I want to discuss this, where we're getting the funds from, as well as.
And and like I said to you guys,
I have no problem.
we have made a decision that if you guys were to move forward with this, that we would continue your current thing, saving you at least $1,500 a month over the year. That's a savings that you're gonna have of, $17,000 or something like that.
Right.
Over the year, so you would save that versus if you put it for an
which is a
RFP,
good.
have to do a discovery
business.
phase,
But I
have to
don't
do
know,
all
you know
of
what I'm
this.
saying?
I'm
No,
just,
exactly, no, that's why I said, I want.
we're trying to work with you guys too.
Yeah, no,
We understand the situation you're in, we're part of
And
that.
like I said, I'm not opposed to this, but I like to discuss it with my members just to see what.
I 100% respect that, whatever.
Yeah.
you
But
guys
here's
need
the
to do.
thing, Wayne, speak to this though, just so everybody has an understanding, and I'm not being argumentative. What's the cost? What's the cost if something happens?
No, it's
Okay,
huge. First of all,
so
just think
let's-
from the public standpoint of if you guys are compromised and you could have done something about it, to restore stuff. to get your data, there's gotta be a value to that, to you guys, to
Even if ransom.
ransomware is the easiest way for them to get to your staff. And I'll be honest with you, we support you. We know, without putting everything out there, we know some of the problems you guys have and how easy that's gonna be exploited. And the world has changed. We all see it every day from a security standpoint. The business I'm in, the demands are getting more and more, and the requirements are harder, and we have to do more to secure it. And you guys are in a position where if you don't pay now, there's a possibility you're gonna be paying a lot.
Jim, we have cyber insurance now, and I know we talked about this, but is there a possibility that we could get a break by taking this, accepting this offer, the premium on the security, the cyber insurance that we're currently paying? Can we get a break on that perhaps?
Yes, the answer is I checked into that as well, because I was
So
talking
that may
to-
offset some of the cost.
A little bit, but also we're going out to, we haven't done this in a few years. That's another thing that we met, Deputy, myself, and Christina with High Street. They are, a broker for, the equipment for,
Cyber.
Cyber, for the trucks, for the PD cars, all that. So I asked them to go out to get a, comparison. So again, you should do that just like your own auto insurance, right? So they're doing that, and they have 3 that they're working with. I think both Chief and Highway Superintendent completing their documents so that they can have updated information, so that they can obtain quotes. So there's 3, and they're fairly confident that by doing this, that our rates are going to go down, because we have three companies that are interested. So long answer around to it, but in addition to the savings, also becomes more attractive when you have something like this in place, knowing that we're taking all the safeguards to secure our town's information. And so again, there's a lot of legs to it per se, but it's
It will
all
though, Jim,
beneficial.
it will help you reduce your cyber insurance. I've been involved with this a lot from companies that are $300 to $400 million a year. I just did one for a company out in Vernon, a large company, and they reduced theirs by about 20% just by making a small investment, and they were paying about $24,000 a year in cyber insurance. So it does help you, and more important, when you answer, and we're involved with answering those cyber insurance questions for a lot of companies. We help guide them on that. We would do that with you guys, but I don't know who answers those questions for you guys here currently. But I'm not sure you guys are 100% sure that those are correct either, the way you're answering them. But you're not gonna get covered when something didn't line up. When you answered a question and it's not correct, the insurance company's not in the business of handing you money. They're gonna find every reason not to pay you. So if no one's overlooking those cyber policies or contracts, you're paying for a policy that they're not gonna pay out on anyways. We've seen it. I've seen it. So you get 10, 20% payout on some of them.
So you would look at that as part
We
of
would
the
look at that
package.
with you. That's part of the documentation of your planning to make sure it meets and aligns with your cybersecurity requirements.
Okay.
And with
part of the maintenance program that you.
We would keep it up, maintain it. Once you're on that new environment, it's easy to maintain it.
Price they were paying now.
Yeah, nothing would change for the next 12 months, and then we would sit with you guys, or you guys could decide you want to put it out for an RFP or you don't. That's, I'm trying to do what's right to get you guys where you should be, and where we should have helped you.
No, I appreciate that. It's honorable, but I think too is that we have, with that, we're showing a savings of potentially 17,000 for 12 months. That the numbers jive right about.
Yep, that's
So again, I think all of that coupled in, but more importantly is.
Dan.
All Dan.
All right, maybe next time we'll just have all the board members turn the phones off completely.
My phone, my finger just hit it. I'm sorry
So,
about that.
this is the point, because now I lost my train of thought. So with that, like I said, we're vulnerable, and we need to, I think, take advantage of this for many reasons, as we indicated tonight.
Yeah, and it's not a scare tactic, anyone
No, it's
here.
not.
It's not a scare tactic. By the time you find a new managed service provider, It's gonna take you 60 to 90 days. By the time they do a discovery phase, another 40 hours of probably a month. And then another 3 months to put it in, you're in 8 months, 9 months, but, you know, someone
Year's
else can
gone.
get you there too. We're not the only ones that can do it. I'm not coming here to tell you that. I'm here to tell you that I know my business of what we're in, and I know where you are, and you guys need to seriously consider it. And I agree with you, it doesn't have to be answered tonight for me. That doesn't matter to me, but it's something you guys should try to address quickly.
Wayne, there's, I've used 365 and it's relatively intuitive compared to prior versions of Microsoft, but is there training services that you can provide as part of this agreement as well, if needed?
Yeah, sure. We would train your staff. We would support you guys in any way we can. That would be even part of the managed service, the monthly managed service. We train your staff on how to use it. We'd meet with you guys probably every quarter to make sure the policies that are in there, the controls that are in there are still what you need. And if you need changes, we would address those changes. We would communicate with you on any changes out in the security world that we should implement, how they impact your users. We would train you guys. We would move you. You would be fully, I think we talked about this, Jim. You'd be in the cloud. You would have no more on-premise file server. You'd be in 365, which means you'd be in SharePoint or OneDrive, however you want to look at it. So you can access files from anywhere in the world where you're at. It'd give you guys, your staff, your people, more flexibility, more options to work from wherever they're at. Instead of the old-fashioned servers sitting in your back room here, you know, they go down, you're down. It's much more reliable, much more stable, and we would train you on whatever you needed.
That's all with no extra cost.
Yeah, we want to make sure it works for you guys. We would do whatever we have to make sure it gets you to where it needs to be, and then go from there.
So Wayne, that would be, so that 1350, as you mentioned, you would give us a new service maintenance agreement based on that and including all of this that you just mentioned in terms of what you'll support for us, so that it's documented.
Correct.
Training and stuff.
Training, support, meetings, upgrades, reviewing your policies and your company's policies, your DR policy, your data protection policies, your compliance stuff. We would meet with you, whether you guys would define that requirement if it's every 6 months, every 3 months. But we'd want to review those things. We want to be more engaged as a partner. It's hard. You know, we've supported and we support other municipalities in the area, and it takes both of us. We got to work together to make sure you guys are, you know, on solid ground. So we want to do that. So we're not going to push back on anything. We're not going to give you a price now, and then all in fine print, all the legal stuff says none of this was covered, and you're getting hit with stuff. But we give you your price. That's your price.
So in terms of the two phases, could that be spread out, or is that something that needs to be?
It should probably be done.
No, I mean the fee. Like,
The fee, we would.
paid, or
So if you, to support the town, I talked to my other partners on this stuff, is to help you guys financially get to where you need to be. There's a hardware and infrastructure cost that we wouldn't want to eat. We wouldn't want to absorb it. But we would work with you guys to absorb, spread out the labor component of it, so that if it's 32,000, 15,000 of, I don't know if that number's just made up, but if 15,000 of it is hardware, you'd have to have that. And then we'd spread out the rest over 12 months if you wanted. If you agreed to continue that agreement for 12 months, we would do that in hopes that we would true up or see how the contract looks in 12 months, if it's still healthy or not.
And then we do have Leanne from Bonadeo, she's up next. But we do have an IT fund, right, that's has some account, rather, I should say, that has funding in it. You might not know it off the top of your head, but it's okay, you don't have the budget in front of you. But
Your general fund, you have
Yeah.
something towards IT, you're paying them now, so.
Yeah.
I don't see some.
Yeah, we're willing to work with you guys, whatever works for both parties. We want to be your partner and work with you on it.
Wayne, could I just ask if you could briefly touch on whether or not these infrastructure updates would encompass the clerk server that's near end of life? We're currently unable to get a version.
That's the old server back there?
Yeah, we're unable to get a version update on our BAS system, which basically is our main system software in the
Yeah, it would-
office. And we're outdated, and each time we want to do an upgrade, we're denied.
Yeah, we would work, we have that down in our notes on you guys, we would work with the provider of that service for the updates to make sure that, what do we gotta do to move it? And, because you can't just do the upgrade like you're saying.
Right.
Your systems are too old and outdated, it won't let you.
Right.
So that would be covered in it on the infrastructure and networking changes,
It's
would cover all of
reporting,
that stuff too.
Yeah.
Yeah, everything here would be addressed in there. There's an old, I don't know if that's the system, there's like an old, maybe it's an AS400 or something back there that Barb used to say was used only for referencing like retirements or something. That's covered of getting you guys that information off of that server. So you always can access it, but we can't update that. That's if you guys were to update that, you're looking at a $100,000 machine. It's, no one's using it. Banks are using it nowadays, that's it. You wouldn't need it. But we would help you get that information off of there.
There, I don't know, but there may be a component in regards to the vital records that are contained on the clerk server and their security that's gonna be addressed.
Yeah, anything new, you would,
I don't know that can be shared
yeah,
information.
yeah, we can talk to it, but it will be addressed, yeah. Yeah, we'd make sure everything's, done the right way and secured and meeting any requirements that you needed.
Okay.
Yep.
Thank you.
I have a question, Jim. So he's talking about the server in the back. So are you thinking of replacing it, or, the reason I ask is that, because I do the taxes, sorry.
Yeah, I know that.
And,
Server.
well,
Or we just
and then
working on that.
and then we do updates like a couple times a year. My file gets sent via, through the county, we link in.
Yeah.
And like, past couple of days, I've had an issue logging on to the county, but I don't know, thank God for her, that she got us hooked up with the guy at the county when we did our thing.
Yeah.
So does that go to a cloud, or is that gonna stay here?
No, that would be updated and still stay here and communicate with their servers.
Right.
That would, yeah, by updating it, you can make the connection and it's more stable, and the county allows the connections for you to send the information. It is a lot quicker, it's just, you're on, again, to try to keep this high level without giving too much detail, but you're on a version of Windows that is no longer supported or anything, so it doesn't work. So when you try to get updates to your software, you notice how it's a nightmare for us to help you. And that's why we burn 20.47 hours on an 8-hour contract, because these things are dated. They're so old, they require a lot of maintenance, like an old car or whatever. It's just, it's tough. But so, yes, that would be fixed, addressed, and we would work with you guys and the town, and the county to make sure
We can use our main
it's
software
set up the way they need it
the
set
way
up.
it needs to be used.
So that you can do it, yeah, 100%.
Well,
Yeah, the idea is to make it easier for you guys.
no,
It's not,
certain things.
not to make your life more miserable.
But you're giving us a deal. Maybe it's a big savings.
Thank you.
All right,
All right.
thanks, Wayne. Any
If you
other
need anything,
questions?
let me know, shoot me an email, call me, whatever you guys
Yeah.
need.
No,
And
thank
I'll
you.
wait to hear from you guys and.
Thank you, Wayne.
All right.
Appreciate it.
No,
Thanks,
good.
sir.
Thank you.
Yeah.
I know there's questions. John, you may have more questions? Thank you. I totally lost my train of thought. Sorry.
I hit my thing, I don't know, it was, go ahead.
Yeah, so,
Listen, I'm not opposed to it. I just wanted to know a little bit more.
yeah.
You can't communicate without talk, you can't.
Okay, gotcha. Copy. I got you.
So, John, yeah, your questions are valid. And again, I want you to understand. You need to
Yeah,
understand,
that's
right? So as you see the price here and what they're offering in terms of the next 12 months of service agreement, really pays for probably phase two.
It's gonna offset.
Mm-hmm. So, I mean, it's again, it's one of those things where it makes me a little bit nervous that we are vulnerable and that that we know of it, right? That's the other part is, so again, I tried to get this information as soon as I had it out with you, or I had it and get it out to you guys. And I know it's short order, but it's one of those things that it unfortunately just wasn't on the radar, I think.
Yeah.
We did other things in the town, and just, when you talk about IT infrastructure, just maybe got off to the, back burner.
Yep.
Again, no fault, but now here we are, and we have the bill, right? I mean, so.
And I don't disagree, we probably are vulnerable. I mean, if it's gotta be upgraded, I agree with that,
Yeah.
So, but I just wanna make sure that, this is the right thing that we're doing. I want to be able to sit down and talk with my board members, you know, maybe an executive session or whatever, you know, I mean,
I don't know if we can make a session on
No.
that matter. I mean, we do it right now, and that's why we're here. If we wait another 30 days, it's another 30 days that we could be 30 days into correcting you know, our issues.
I can speak on the level of financing part of it. I'm very confident that we have money in the central printing maintenance agreements.
Okay.
Portion of the budget. In one of those
what,
accounts.
what would be funded out of, Christina?
That's what I'm talking about. It'd be out of the general hold down fund.
Okay, got you.
Central printing,
General hold down.
Mailing maintenance agreements.
Mhm.
And we have 3 to 4 accounts in that one. We may have to move money from one to another.
Which would be a budget
through the
transfer.
agreement, But we have the funds there in the budget. And especially if he's willing to let us do the monthly payments for the remainder of it, I think that we could add that on the portion of the monthly bill, and that would work out perfectly.
Okay. What do you guys think? What do you think, Dave? All you guys.
He's asking.
Well, I think the vulnerability is a very important factor. I think Christina's comments are important.
Yep.
I think if we can gain some money through our cyber insurance that we have, the premium that we're paying, it's no different than your car insurance. If you take a driver course, you get a break on your car insurance.
Gotcha.
I'm thinking that we can gain some revenue there too.
Okay.
And just a note on that too, so in talking to High Street, if we do move on this tonight, I will let him know tomorrow so he can tell those providers. And again, that will probably, Dave, that'll probably change some things in terms of the cost.
I was also interested to hear him say that they do, and I meant to follow up, a lot of municipalities, large municipalities, that he's providing this for multi-million-dollar corporations.
Sure. Okay, well, after I listened to Christine, I think got my answers answered. So
Okay,
I think
so-
I think we're good, Jim.
Herb, you reviewed this
Yes.
today? Okay. So do you have a motion to approve and use Upper 90 Solutions for the cybersecurity infrastructure upgrade and what was the other part? Security migration investment? And the total fee not to exceed, whatever it was, the 32,000?
33, I think.
33?
33 almost, yeah. So he had indicated that he would do the hardware cost with an upfront basis, and then the remaining on a monthly basis for 12 months, and maintain the current monthly cost, which I think you said is $13.50 for 12-month period.
Correct.
Okay, so the 14,970 will go up front, and then the remaining, he'll break it up between the course of the rest of the year,
Monthly.
monthly.
Yeah, I'll have them just
Jim,
like. a
That'll be added to the 13, Jim?
Yeah.
That'll be added to the 13, okay. So Jim, that'll be yeah, okay. Thank you, Christina.
Okay. I will motion.
All set.
Motion by Councilman Tehan, second by Councilman Prestera. Do you have any further discussion?
No, we're good now. Okay.
Now, Herb, this would be authorizing me to sign the proposal.
Yeah.
Okay. And Clerk Moran, if you can call a roll?
Councilman Mattini?
Aye.
Councilman Tehan?
Aye.
Councilman Reynolds?
Aye.
Councilman Prestera?
Aye.
Supervisor Messa?
Aye.
All in favor?
And Board, thank you for this. It's, again, I know it's something we didn't plan for,
Yeah.
but it's something that's unfortunately we have to.
No, I agree, Jim. I mean, I just had to understand a little bit more.
Yeah, no, I'm glad. I mean, you had good questions, John, and I appreciate that.
Yep.
And you should, because that's
Yeah, I
part of
was
the
just,
process.
no, I was just a little confused on it, I think.
Yeah, no worries.
But thank you, too, Okay, appreciate it. Thank you, guys.
Let's see. Next on the agenda is Leanne Wells from Bonadeo Group. Thank you. So I'll just kind of tee up Leanne. So we utilized Bonadeo Group. We contracted, the board approved the engagement. And we've been working with Leanne and team for the last 3 months. Christina has worked tirelessly in the forefront of where we are today, and Leanne will touch on it. We do have weekly, Teams calls with on Fridays with Leanne and team. We found that to be very informative. It's a great dialogue. We uncover a lot of things. We address a lot of things that she's been working on. It's a great overview as it pertains to the work that they're doing. I'm not going to do it justice, guys, that the level of detail and work and hours that they put into this. As you all know, beginning of the year, the finance has been one of the main objectives for me to get our audits in line with I think we filed 23. It wasn't really, we signed off on it earlier on in the year. So they're working on 24 and 25, so that will become current as we go into our 27 budget season. So with that, I thank Leanne. She's been on site a number of times as well, working with Christina and working in the office. So again, thank you for being here, and we look forward to your overview to the board.
Thank you. Thank you for having me here.
Can I interrupt? I'm sorry.
Yep.
Do we have this electronic for folks?
We do. I'm gonna put it up. You ready?
I don't know.
Do you have
What do I-
the clicker?
I have a
Okay,
clicker.
It should be on. Let's
Okay.
do this together, okay?
Okay.
Give me a second. Make sure we're starting on the right page.
So in the interim, as you guys all know, we're starting to utilize our system here that we had in place. We had to do a little upgrades with Upper 90 so that our audience can see what we're seeing on paper. Again, just to be very upfront and transparent and communicate this well to everyone. So thank you, Christine, for putting in the time to get this all set up for us.
We'll give it a whirl.
Yeah.
Click away.
Okay. Like your supervisor said, my name's Leanne Wells. I'm an outsourced controller for the Bonadeo Group. Thank you for having me here tonight. I appreciate the time to be able to talk to you about your finances. I want to start out by telling you that I applaud you for taking the steps necessary to understand your financial position, to bring out all your finances up to date, and to maintain fiscal stability. So it's very important. It's the key to everything, right? It's our taxpayer dollars, so we want to make sure that we are aware and know what we're doing with them. Just to give you a progress update so far, the 2024 financials, Bonadeo did review them. We've handed them over to your external auditors. They've started their audit process. We're working closely with them. Once they complete that, they will file your 2024 annual financial report. Meanwhile, Bonadeo is also, we are looking at your 2025 financials, closing out the year, making sure all the accruals are done, things like that. And we will be handing those over to your auditors no later than April 15th. That said, audits take some time. They take some months to do. Usually you do one audit a year. Your supervisor has requested a very aggressive audit schedule this year, which we are going to work towards and take care of. We're hoping to have both audits completed and AFRs filed before right around by the time your budget season starts for 2027. So you'll be able to make educated decisions, your financials will be up to date, and you'll have that information. So that's our plan, and we're all working very closely together to make sure that happens for you. We've also been working on the 2026 ban renewal. We did some due diligence questions. They have information requests for things like economic development, your tax rates, things like that. So we submitted that information. And we also did notice something that we did notice when we were doing that and looking at the bonds and the bans is that we're also going to we're working on reviewing all of your current bonds and bans and the projects that you've already received funding for. And we're going to make sure that, the projects that you received funding for, that all the dollars you received were spent on that particular project. If there's any money left over, maybe the project didn't end up costing as much as we had anticipated, we're going to want to put that money in a reserve account to pay back that debt service at future time. So we are working on reconciling those projects and taking a look at those. We've also created a debt service schedule, and we'll go over that. That's part of this packet. We'll go over that in a little while. And we've created some fund balance schedules for your major funds. Well, we're going to get into fund balance in a little while. I try not to take too much of your time. I tend to talk a little too much about fund balance and things like that, so we'll try to keep it quick. The other thing that we've been looking at is we've noticed that you have roughly 136 cash accounts in your general ledger, corresponding with 40 different bank accounts. Quite a lot. Quite a lot of room for error when you're transferring between these bank accounts and transferring between cash accounts. So we have been working with Christina. She's very helpful, very good, to consolidate that, trying to figure out ways that we can make sure to do it very methodically, step by step, consolidate that to just a handful of bank accounts and cash accounts. Of course, each fund has to have a cash account. We don't have to have 5 or 6 cash accounts per fund. And in the bank, we can have pooled cash because your general ledger is going to keep track of what fund has the cash and where it belongs. So that's quite a large project that we've been working on. And then the last thing I want to highlight is that while we were doing the ban renewal, we had to research the tax rates and things like that. We did find that on your website, on the printed summary of your adopted budget, we did find that there were some errors. There was an error on the printed tax rate and the taxable assessed values. That said, your constituents, your taxpayers were charged appropriately. It was less than what is listed on your website, and so you stayed under the tax cap. The 1.9% tax levy increase was appropriate. The tax bills were done appropriately, and your revenue is appropriate. It's just what is actually showing on the website is incorrect.
This is for 24?
26.
Okay, for 26.
So if you get calls from your constituents that they didn't get taxed
Gotcha.
enough,
Yep.
I'm sure you don't get those calls, but if you did, that would be why. So we did notice that. We will correct that when we get into the 2027 budget.
Okay.
Just normal activities, just to highlight, that we're doing in the finance department, some month-end reconciliations. We'll be doing, budget maintenance, amendments, requests, processing, capital project maintenance, grant reconciliations, and basically all your general ledger maintenance, including any journal entries, things like that. Those are just the normal functions that the finance department is going to be doing every month. And then some comments on go forward, things to think about, keep in the back of your mind. We're going to start providing monthly reports to the supervisor and to you, the town board. We will include some budget to actuals. I like this page because it gives you highlights of things that are going on, things that are in progress, and then some things to kind of think about that we've identified that we might need to address in the future. So it'll probably be similar to this with some backup reports for you. If there's something specific anyone would like to see, please feel free to let me know, and we will make sure we can provide those to you. Okay?
Yep.
Other things to think about going forward that we're going to need to address at some point in time, not tonight, maybe not this month, are the fixed asset program. There needs to be something implemented. This has been on your audit findings in the past. We need to have some sort of fixed asset program where we're tracking your assets, we're tracking the depreciation, things like that. So just in the future. Also, the 2025 AFR will get filed. I'll take care of that, but I can't do that until the 2024 is filed. The state doesn't let you. You have to do it in order. So that will be done. And then one last thing to just highlight is that we are already in discussions about preparations for the 2027 budget process, how we can streamline that, how we can make that more efficient, more effective for you. So that's on the radar. We have had some preliminary conversations about that.
That's great.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, that's a great idea. Thank you.
Yeah. Okay, so now we're going to try the clicker and move on to a little bit about fund balance. Oh, I did it. Okay, good. Awesome.
Technology.
Okay, government accounting in New York State is governed by the Office of the State Comptroller, the OSC. Municipalities use fund accounting. All municipalities use fund accounting, and their purpose is accountability, transparency, and public trust. There are various types of funds. I did not list all the funds that the town has here, but just to give you an idea of what funds are. So everybody has the general fund. This is your operating fund. This is, funded by your taxpayers. It's for things like your parks or for your buildings, things, your electric, things like that. So it's your operating fund. Then there's other funds like your special revenue fund, which could be something like your special lighting, which is strictly for just those benefiting property owners. And they are paying for the maintenance of that lighting district area. And then you have your capital project funds. That is various funding sources, could be from a serial bond, could be grants, could be funded by the fund that corresponds with. For example, maybe your highway has a project, a capital project, that they want to do some big road project. They may put some money towards it, so that would could come from your highway fund. So just to give you an idea of the various funds. You don't cross the money in the funds because your taxpayers aren't going to be paying, you don't want your street lighting rents to be paying for your taxpayers' operations. So all the funds are self-sustaining. Why does New York use fund accounting? Next clicker, sorry. Okay, to segregate resources by purpose. The emphasis is on accountability over profitability. We are not looking to make money on our taxpayers. It's strictly for transparency, for accountability. Each fund has its own set of books, and each fund has a fund balance, which is considered its equity. So assets minus liabilities equals your equity. Fund balance is what a municipality has left after all the revenues and expenses have been considered. So you have your fund balance, it's increased by your revenues, and it's decreased by your expenses. The state recommends that you keep a reasonable amount of fund balance. They do not tell you what a reasonable amount is, but they tell you should have a reasonable amount. I usually recommend that you do a percentage of the budget, and about 25% of the budget is a good, reasonable amount, in my opinion. Keeps 3 months worth of your operating budget set aside as unassigned fund balance in case of an emergency, something comes up. You have that available to you. We do recommend that you establish a formal fund balance policy that says that the fund balance may not drop down below a certain percent. So that is recommended. The other thing is we want to make sure with that reasonable amount that we don't have too much. So we're taxed too much. We don't want to hold on to our taxpayers' dollars, but we also don't want to have too little. We don't want to run into a situation where we have absolutely no money to cover something that comes up or increased expenses, or even just like your IT needs tonight, right? Okay. So according to the OSC, a high fund balance has some different causes caused by poor budgeting practices. Pretty much, either high or low is going to be because you didn't know where your finances were, right? So you're taxing. It's a greater opportunity for fraud if controls are weak. You have a lot of money coming in and out. You didn't know where you were with your finances. So, and then it should be appropriated. Once you realize that your fund balance is high, you should appropriate that in some way, whether it's, funding a project or through the tax rate or whatever it might be. On the other side of that is your low fund balance. Again, poor budgeting practices. Sometimes the fund balance is low because we want to keep taxes low consistently while, costs are rising. This can result in some really bad things. It can result in a lot more borrowing needs because you need that money to pay for things, right? It results in a credit rating reduction. So unfortunately, while you need the money and you start borrowing more and more, now your credit rating is low, and so your rates are going to be higher as you're borrowing. So it's just kind of a really poor cycle. So you want to, and then the last, worst case scenario is deficit financing, and you really don't want to get into anything with that, because being in a deficit, then you have absolutely no money in case anything comes up, or even the natural increases that come each year with our budgets. We're almost through this fund balance, I swear, I promise.
It's important.
No, it's good to hear. Appreciate it, thank you.
So what is the difference between fund balance and cash in the bank? We have lots of money in the bank, so, you know, what's the difference here? So cash is sitting in the bank, but fund balance is what is actually available after everything the town owes and what's restricted by appropriations, grants, reserves, etc. And like we talked about, your revenues increase your fund balance, your expenses decrease. So let's say that is a scenario. We have $10,000 of cash sitting in the bank, and we're gonna just put that aside over here. And we have our budget, we have our new budget, and it's gonna be, we've budgeted $3,000 for revenues and $6,000 for expenses. We're gonna start our fund balance, miraculously, somehow it's the same as the cash we have in the bank at $10,000. So we budgeted our revenues for our fund balance calculation. We add that $3,000 to the $10,000, we have $13,000. And then we take out our expenses, which are $6,000, leaving our fund balance at $7,000. Then, we're not done yet. We also have to assign, we know we're gonna be in the same situation next year where our revenues are pretty much only gonna be about $3,000 and our expenses are $6,000. So we have to put aside and restrict $3,000 to assign it to the following year's budget. On top of that, we noticed that those projects I had told you about, $3,000 of it were not spent on the project, we did bond for it, so we also have to restrict those funds and put those aside. So now, our fund balance that started at $10,000, the same as the cash we had in the bank, is only leaving us with an unassigned fund balance of $1,000. So that would show you a difference between your cash sitting there and the fund balance calculation. Not only should the town, know what your fund balance is for each fund, but I'm sure Mr. Cully could attest to this. It's required by town law to be part of the budget. It is a budget requirement. It must contain a statement for each fund of the fund balance estimated to be on hand at the close of the current fiscal year, together with a breakdown of such fund balance estimated for encumbrances, purchase orders that carry over into the next year. Amounts appropriated for the ensuing year's budget, just like we talked about. We know we're gonna have a deficit next year of $3,000. We need to appropriate that. Amounts reserved for a stated purpose, just like the assigned debt reserve we just talked about. And then they wanna see the remaining unappropriated not to exceed a reasonable amount of unassigned fund balance. So that should be part of your budget process and part of your approved adopted budget. Okay, so that's my slideshow. Now, well, there's more, but you can't see it. It's very little. We put together, I had mentioned before, we had put together some fund balance schedules for you of your major funds. I'm gonna take a drink of water here.
Do you still need this up? Okay.
Yep, leave that up.
That's not your.
Please, thank you. If anyone might be able to see it.
We all got copies anyway.
You do, yes. So we put the schedules together of your major funds. I will say that, please understand, we used your 2022 and your 2023 audited financial statements. Your 24 and 25 are not audited yet. They are very preliminary. They may change. This is just to establish the type of schedule that we'd like to include in your budget process. And it's something that once we've established it, because we've done the research to fill in some of the numbers on the audited information, we're able to update it and flow it through each year. And it'll give you, as we go through the years, you're gonna have more and more historical information to be able to watch trends and see where your revenues are, where your expenses are, things like that. So very preliminary, 2024, 2025 may change depending on what happens with, our review and then your audit and things like that. And then we also included your 2026 adopted budget. Your general fund right now is looking very healthy. We're hoping it stays there, and then you'll have some decisions to make when it comes to your 2027 budget process. We also did this for the police. Oh, is that the second page? Okay, that's okay.
Do you want me to scroll it?
I got it. Well, yep, this is the police fund. We did that. If you wanna, I think if I hit the page, it'll go to the bottom, right?
I don't know.
Let's see. There you go. Did I do that or you?
I don't know.
That's okay, we'll figure it out. Your police fund is doing perfectly. 27%. We're really hoping it stays right there. I like that number. I like that number a lot. That's where we want to see all of our funds eventually. That's what we want to get to. It's right around our 25%. We have a comfort level there. We haven't taxed too much, and we have money in case something happens. So keep up the good work, Chief.
Thanks.
Great job, Chief.
Let's see, I'm gonna try clicking it. Let's see if we can go to the bottom. This is your highway part-town fund. It's a little bit high, but again, you know, we're unaudited, and I'm seeing some discrepancies on the revenues and expenses and things like that in the 2025 year. So just giving you an idea of this. You can rely on 22 and 23 at this point. But we will update this. And as we update it, and as the 2024 audited financial statements come out, we're going to update this. We'll present this to you again. We'll continue to present this to you as more information comes through. And then we have the highway fund whole town, which is very, very high. But I do see some issues there with some of the 2025. And maybe there's something between the whole town and the part town that we have to research as well.
Yeah, can I ask you one question?
Of course.
Looking at the highway.
Yep.
2023, which was an audited year, 88%.
And the part town highway, yes.
Then 2024, 91%.
Yep.
Then 137%. Any reason
I don't know.
that's so high?
I mean, it's high because they're adding money to the fund balance according to our current unaudited financial statements. They're taking in more revenue than they are using in their expenses. So that's going to continue to increase the amount of fund balance percentage in there. If their budget remains somewhat the same, it's going to increase. You can see that at the bottom, the surplus and a fund balance in 20.
Yeah, on the next page, 799.
Yeah, I mean, so their budget is only 74,000.
125%.
So if their budget is only 75,000, but they have $595,000 sitting in fund balance, how much more of a percentage is that over 70,000, right? Yes.
Yeah, because we've got sales tax going in there and just service that payment coming out, that's it. So there's no real expenditures coming out. That's why we have the money going in, but not a lot of expenditure coming out. It's all coming out of the part account.
Is that the way it should be handled?
Like I said, I think there's some discrepancies between the whole town and the part town that we need to dive into.
Yeah.
I do. I definitely, I see that.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
You're welcome. And then the last one we did was the sewer fund. That was listed as one of your other major funds. And that one is sitting at 61%, projected at 61% at this point in time. Not too hefty, not compared to the highway that we just talked about. So, but we'll see where it lands. And again, like I said, as we get audited information that comes through, these are going to become more and more reliable so that once you do start your 2027 budget process, you're going to be able to utilize these to know how you can plan your next year's budget. And going forward, maybe you're going to do a 5-year capital plan of some sorts, So that is fund balance. And then the last schedule that we have put together is your debt service schedule. This is as of for 2026. This is also a very nice schedule to use during the budget. We also utilize it to know what we have to pay for your debt service. This particular schedule goes through all of the funding that you've received, all of the projects you've received funding on. We've broken it out by fund. And you can see on here, it shows the year of maturity, what the 2026 beginning balance is, your principal payment and interest expected for the year, and then what your ending balance is going to be. And as we go through here, if we go through the entire portion of it, you'll see at the very end there, total town obligations for 2026. You're going to be making roughly a little over $2 million in debt service alone. That's your principal and interest payments. And at the end of the year, your obligations total town are roughly $22.4 million that you still have out in outstanding debt. A few of your projects are due to fall off after 2027, if you look up through the schedule, but the majority of them are 2039 and 2042.
Yeah, I especially like this report. I've always wondered total debt, where we stood. I think this is a great depiction of all of our debt service.
I agree, Dave.
You know, gives us
I like this report.
a little over 2 million of what we're paying this year, our starting balance coming into the year, and that also includes our ban,
Yes, it does.
25,
Yes,
which we're also gonna touch on tonight for a 2026 renewal, and then our ending balance. So,
and that ban that you renew, or hopefully renew, won't add to this as far as like your overall debt, because it's replacing, a ban is 1 year, a bond anticipation note is 1 year, so it will replace, we're not adding any new monies to that, so it will just replace the existing. You can see there's some of the ban right there on the bottom under there so it won't add to it at least. There will be interest, but it won't add to the overall debt obligation.
and one other thing that we have been talking to Leanne and Brittany, we've asked for further information about the various bond receipts that we've had in the past. So all of these dollars that are in the beginning balance, for example, where we stand today on every bond.
Right.
Dollars coming in. So real question is, did we spend all of these monies previously on all of these bonds in the past? And I think the answer is no, but to what extent? We'll look at future reporting so that we can
Absolutely.
identify those numbers.
Yes, absolutely. We're doing a reconciliation of that, and because, I mean, you're gonna have to establish a reserve to put them aside anyways. So absolutely, we would bring that forth to you.
And Leanne, how will the reserves, once you establish that, impact the fund balances?
Well, it's not unassigned anymore, so it's restricted fund balance is how we calculate that. The reasonable amount is in the unassigned portion, something that's not appropriated to anything. When you reserve it, it has a special purpose. So just like we had outlined in that fund balance schedule, we have to put that aside and can't really consider that as part of your unassigned fund balance because it actually has a home, right? It has a place that it needs to be.
And it's in the form of cash if we have not spent it
Well,
today.
it's
It's in our bank account.
It should be in your bank account, absolutely, yeah.
Yeah, but the
Yes.
important
Yes.
part there, we can't use it on other projects.
Correct, absolutely not. No, you have an intended purpose.
Okay.
I think that's great, because then we can, like you said, we can pay down the bond.
You can pay down the debt on it, yeah. A lot of times your debt doesn't have a call on it, so you can't just pay it off early. You know, we need to put it aside so that we can pay that debt service with those funds when it comes up.
So to the board, when you look at these reports that Leanne compiled with respect to the various fund balances, you can add those up, and I don't know what the numbers, do you know?
I did not add them up.
Okay.
I look at them I separate them so much in my mind, I did not add them up.
So you'll see estimated fund balances on the bottom of each fund. Now, I've heard us talk about in the past at various occasions, we'll just hit the fund balance. We'll hit the fund balance. That does not translate to cash.
No, it does not.
So when we see, and let's look at general fund balance for the last audited financials of 2023. So we had estimated ending fund balance of 5.5 and change, 5.5 million and change.
Correct?
That doesn't mean we have $5.5 million in cash.
No.
Okay, so it's a healthy fund balance, but it doesn't necessarily translate into our ability to spend with respect to cash dollars.
Correct.
There's a component of cash built into that,
Sure, yeah,
right?
yep.
You're talking about 23, Dave, over here?
Yeah, only because that's the last audited financials, Joe.
Right.
24, 5, and another comment on 26, that is based on the full year budget, when you
Right.
look at that column.
Okay,
So
gotcha.
when we came into this year, we knew there's various components that didn't necessarily make it into the 2026 budget, whether they're for negotiations of contracts that weren't finalized at the time the budget was completed, but we know there's additional dollars that the town is committed to and will have to spend in that regard. But you're not gonna see it in that last column on the 26 budget. So if you know of additional dollars, which we all do with respect to various items, they're going to need to be added, at least visually for now, when we look at these numbers for the 26 budget. Right?
Yeah, and it's unfortunate that you don't know exactly where you stand with it, you know? It's kind of like, none of us would go out and go buy, go apply for a mortgage that we didn't know if we could really pay back or not, right? So, I mean, that's kind of where we are right now, unfortunately. But, again, we will get there before 2027 budget process starts.
This has been great progress, and Leanne and her team has spent, I can't imagine how many hours. I know we rely on them heavily. We meet with them weekly. They've been able to provide us with terrific updates. And it's gotten us to where we are with this information, which is much more confident as a board.
Good.
to have an
And we will
understanding.
continue to provide you with monthly reports, too.
Excellent.
Board, do you have any questions for Leanne at all? I know it's a lot of numbers, a lot of information, but I think it's, as Councilman Tian mentioned, this is the type of information that we should be aware of as a board, and also as we move through the course of the year, and also, most importantly, is once we get caught up, as Leanne said, I mean, we're gonna be able, when we do our budget this year, we're actually gonna know where we stand.
Yes.
And that's really the appropriate way to do a budget.
Yep.
So,
Absolutely.
I just got one question. Dave, you mentioned something about over here. Is that's a projected figure by the end of 26?
Yeah, so that right-hand column in every fund balance
yep.
report is based on what's in the budget today, John?
Okay.
But those are not all the special districts either.
Correct. It's by fund.
That's a sampling.
Right. These are your major funds.
Right.
Yep. We are looking at your special districts. I just didn't think you'd want to go through
No.
every one of them.
I don't know.
Not tonight.
Peter Easter. No, that's all my question was. And you mentioned that earlier. That's just a kind of projection.
Great.
Thank you, Lee.
Right. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, appreciate it.
with that, Leanne's still here for a moment. We are gonna move into the last item under the supervisor is the ban renewal, which is, I believe it's in your packet. As we mentioned, it is, no addition to the ban, but this will give us the, ability to renew this, for 1 year. Next year with the goal is to, bond this, and then in turn, we will go through the whole process of getting our, credit rating and all that reestablished. So that's all part of that bond process. So with that, you guys all have that. And what do we have the numbers there, right?
Yeah, right on the front.
So it's the, no change, $6,033,045 for the bond anticipation note for 2026 renewal. If I can have a motion to authorize me to sign the renewal.
So moved.
Moved by Councilman Reynolds, second.
Second.
Second by Councilman Tehan. Any discussion? Okay, and Clerk Moran, if you're able to call for a roll.
Councilman Latini?
Aye.
Councilman Reynolds?
Aye.
Councilman Tian?
Aye.
Councilman Prestera?
Aye.
Supervisor Messa?
Aye.
All in favor?
Okay, thank you. All right. So moving along into more of the matters under supervisor. So we have the New York Station of Towns. We have a training school for finance and personnel on May 6th and May 7th in Albany. And it's going to be $250 plus associated travel costs for Christina Lacey. Again, it's a viable training course as she's into this position for her. So if we can have a motion to allow her to attend that training.
Motion.
Okay. Motion by Councilman Latini, second.
I'll second.
Second by Councilman Prestera. Any discussion? Okay, and Clerk Moran, if you call for a roll, please.
Councilman Tehan?
Aye.
Councilman Prestera?
Aye.
Councilman Reynolds?
Aye.
Councilman Latini?
Aye.
Supervisor Messa?
Aye.
All in favor?
Next, just want to update the board. So part of my initiatives too for this year was to meet with the local mayors and supervisor from Whitestown. So I met with Mayor Talrico, Mayor Ryan from New Hartford, and Whitestown Supervisor Coletta, and we had a great discussion. It was a very collaborative meeting, and we just exchanged some of the things that each other are doing. Maybe there's ideas where we can piggyback on some, initiatives with whether it's purchasing. We have shared services agreements anyways, but again, it was nice for all of us just to have a nice meet and greet, and at the conclusion, we are going to meet quarterly and just kind of discuss things that are going on in our area. As we look at this, the way I took it, as I call this meeting together, is that this is our close-knit community, so we're all pretty much buttoned up against one another, and it was a great opportunity, I think, to again, start a nice collaborative relationship and just be there for one another and try to help out. So it was well received, and they're all looking forward to the next one. I think we have that scheduled in June. So I just want to update the board on that.
Great. That's nice, Jim. I like that. That's good.
And from that discussion, we learned that Whitestown, they use a firm, which in your packet, I emailed you, it's called MRB. It's not looking for any decision tonight, but just, take a look at this. They, more than just grant writers, they help with economic, development. They're well-versed in all of that. I just had a Teams meeting yesterday with Lori Fox. That's who Whitestown uses. In addition to that, New York Mills, Village of New Hartford, they all use grant writers. So this is an opportunity for the town to, take advantage of the various grants that are out there and utilize a partner that will help us navigate through these various grants. There's so much money out there, and what we learned from this is that, they have, connections throughout. Also, they'll identify programs that are available. They'll let us know. Also, they asked us, what are we looking to do? So it gave them some opportunities for them to look at for funding, whether it's for the Parks and Rec, whether it's for police vehicles. We did discuss about the Downtown Revitalization Initiative, which we haven't filed. It is a very rigorous, application, and, she even mentioned that typically you get denied the first time through. It's not uncommon, but the second time, it's a lot easier. They just were awarded, I think in Manlius, the grant there. You see it in the news. Clinton had received it, Herkimer, and anywhere from $6 to $10 million. Also, which part of the DRI too is that we learned is the fact that if you are already invested into that particular area, that actually bodes well for us, which we are. We talked about doing the sidewalks and then possibly some enhanced street lighting and then paving downtown Chadwick's down Oneida Street. So all of those are gonna actually help us when we do apply for that DRI, so.
I think grant writing is very important. I agree with that, 100%.
So, she did not provide the fees. I did get it later today. I'll share it with the board, later on. What we can do is, we can set this up to any amount we want. If you say, okay, we wanna set aside 10,000 in the budget for grant writing, and they will work towards that, off of that, and will not to exceed that. So, once we hit that, they're done. You know, and then maybe it's one grant, maybe it's two grants, based on the fees. The other thing too is, what I learned is, they're not out just to take the money, they're looking to see, what grant we're looking for, and also, see if we're qualified, and what was the other word she used? If we hit the credits. So she doesn't wanna have us waste, our money on something that we are not gonna be able to.
I have a bank of dollars that if we use it, we use it. If we don't, it's still there for us. It's not a commitment to any amount of money.
Yeah.
But we can put a certain amount aside. And
Plus, you're not gonna waste your money on
Have
something
access
that's
to
not
it,
gonna
right.
go through. I get it.
And she,
It's a good
they
idea.
do a very good job of assessing what is too competitive, you know, where we might be, you know, she wants to make sure we fish where the fish are and where we can do the best with those dollars.
Yeah, so look that over. I'll probably bring it back up next month. I'll share the fee structures with you guys and see if that's something that we'd like to utilize. I know Rick and Chief, again, you guys, I know Chief, you work on a lot of your grants, but this might be something of interest.
Your help and support, if it can support
That's, yeah, I agree.
shots on goal, right? I mean,
Right.
everyone will try, so.
And, you know, and usually with these grant writers, they know how to word things, and again, both Rick and Chief, you guys have done a great job getting grants, but again, I think you might utilize your time elsewhere. And speaking of grants, Michelle just worked on the one for the digitizing, and it was a lot of hours, I know, so.
A lot of hours.
So she filed that yesterday.
I did.
So and usually it takes about, they said about 5 months to get awarded.
July.
Yeah, so, again, I'll share all that. Take time to look this over, and next month, the May 6th meeting.
Good idea. I love that idea.
We'll talk about that. Next is another topic, paychecks. So we've been having a number of Teams meetings with our current provider for our payroll, which is Paychex. And again, we're looking to move away from the paper process. It's very manual. Christina spends, and prior to that, Barb, multiple days each pay period to enter in all of the hours. It's very tedious, and so we looked into, hey, is there a way that we can streamline this? Short answer is yes.
Sure.
And
Deposit.
the OSC even recommended that, you know, our current process is a little bit, maybe, not their words, but kind of antiquated. So we can get to a better process, and actually it'll help overall. So what we did is we had the chief also help out with various, his reports of his process, because there's, just like the highway, there's various classifications. So we want to make sure that Paychex can support that, and again, make this process, you know, more streamlined. And in doing so, we will move away from the paper, go to an app on the phone, laptop, people will clock in. And again, it's just, it's better overall. So when it comes time for payroll, it's just, you know, chief maybe upload his sheet, and it's just, it's done. And then this way, Christine's not manually entering, she's actually verifying, and then it's done.
It's
So.
not just time that you're putting in for it either, it's more efficiency than anything I'm looking for, because doing it manually, there's so many errors that can happen.
Right.
And time balances aren't being kept at this time through that system, so I think overall, it's gonna keep track of all of that, and that's the efficiency that we're looking for. So everybody gets paid time.
Make it more efficient for the department heads too, so they can review them
Yeah, they can
electronically
review
and
their timesheets
provide
right
the
on app
approvals.
And
Yeah.
approve everything. You can approve your own timesheet, and then it goes to the department head, and then the department head approves it, and then it goes to me. And then I submit a button, and everybody gets paid. Instead of putting in 40 hours here, 40 hours there, hour here, hour there, and then you make errors and.
Yeah, I mean, the phone could ring and then you're,
Everybody's calling you, you
Yep.
messed up my paycheck.
so with that, yes, there's a little bit of a onboarding setup fee for $1,500 to get this set up for the laptops and the app. That's a one-time fee, and then just the additional fee monthly would be $258, and maybe some change there. Again, but that in itself, we probably spend more hours in just personnel
100%,
to,
I agree.
right, to compute all that. So, like I said, it reduces extensive amount of manual entry, better record keeping, as Christina mentioned, and even like the request for time off, no more paper time off forms. They can go on, they can request a time, it'll go to their supervisor or their department head. They'll get a notification, review it, approve or decline it, and off you go. So again, and then you'll have that record as well in the system. You can go back and say, okay, how many days did I take off and what month? You know what I mean? It's,
With you and stay with you. You put your time in at the beginning, and then it just deducts or adds whatever you take off or don't take off.
even,
And
yeah.
then you know real time what you have on.
And even the calendar, you'll see like your calendar of what the days you had. And like I said, I think it's a great upgrade if the board is okay with,
I'm fine with it. I think it's great.
with that. So,
I use it myself. I have to have a question. Our system now, do we manually send people their W-2 forms at the end of the year, or they get them done through, they're just mailed out?
They're through the app, they don't get.
Through the app, right? They just get sent to the house and that's it. No, it's great. I think it's great. No problem, Jim. I agree with that.
okay. So, did they send the latest agreement over?
I have it right here.
Okay,
I have the
draft, or can you,
investment summary. There's nowhere really to sign on this stuff.
okay. So it's just upgrade to our current agreement?
Yeah, it's just an upgrade that you're doing. There's no another agreement
I agree.
that you're signing. It's just
It's
an
just-
upgrade.
Okay, yeah, and that's another point too. If we don't like it, we can cancel. There's no, we're not locked in, so it's just an update, so.
We're on a month-to-month agreement, so it's.
I think you're gonna love it.
Next month, if you don't love it, you can cancel it.
Yeah,
Okay.
it's great.
So,
And there's a
So there's
setup
no
fee of
contract.
1,500,
a setup fee, yes.
so that's not refundable, obviously.
Right,
Okay.
No,
So-
I just want the
Yes.
record to be clear.
absolutely. So if the board's okay, I'd like to get their approval on,
I'll motion.
okay, motion by Councilman Latini,
Second?
second by Councilman Reynolds. Any further discussion? Okay.
Nope.
All right, Clerk Moran?
Councilman Reynolds?
Yes.
Councilman Pistera?
Aye.
Councilman Tian?
Aye.
Councilman Latini?
Aye.
Supervisor Messa?
Aye.
All in favor?
No, it's a great idea, Jim.
They'll also come on board and do a presentation to show how to use it as well, teach all of our employees how to use it. I mean, mostly everybody has it anyway, but there's, the
More
clock in and
features.
clock out on your app to know how to do that.
It's a lot cleaner, it's more efficient. It's just the way to go.
I
And
agree.
we'll conform to the employee handbook
Yes.
for the authorizations and the approvals.
Yeah.
Okay, next, I'd like to just, again, don't need, the approval right tonight, but something to consider. We print a lot, in terms of board reports and packets, and with this upgrade to the 365, we'll have that, they talk about, Doc, Google Docs,
SharePoint site.
SharePoint site. What I'm looking to do is, have each member on this panel have a tablet that we'll have here available. You can take it home. You can, like I said, access your email, but also we'll be able to utilize that at the board meetings to review all of the documents without printing. Sometimes it's a little cumbersome. We've seen over the years where the agendas keep changing and we got to reprint or keep adding. This here will go to the SharePoint, and it'll just, you can go in real time and update if you want to add something. And this way, the clerk isn't looking for all these emails and updates and then so forth. So tablets are fairly inexpensive. They may be, I've seen them from maybe 130 to maybe 200, no more than that. For if we want, 10 tablets for the board here and the panel, it's a $2,000 investment, but it's something I want to share, with the board for your thoughts.
Who would set those up for us?
Upper 90.
Okay.
Yep. So, again, I mean, you take them home, you can use them, bring them back here, and you just kind of thumb through each one, and you're not, we're not fumbling through papers and such, and saving, right? I mean, so, if that's something we can, if you want to approve tonight, we can look into it and let you know what the costs are, or we can wait. It's no problem. I just think that's overall, I think they'll pay for themselves just in time and print and toner charges and such. So
You guys have an idea right now on some tablets that you guys are looking at already?
I looked at what's it? Levino or something, whatever that's like 11-inch Lenovo. Yeah, something that has the memory.
Doesn't cost too much.
So, and I think that's anything bigger than 11-inch gets a little bit, but you can at least touchscreen. You want bigger?
So everything we put on a
My
tablet.
eyes.
We'll look, but.
I'll bring my laptop, that's fine.
Yeah, but it's, if that's of interest, I think, Herb, I don't know if you like that, might be easier to carry around. You leave with others.
It's a lot easier for me, I'll tell you.
I mean, there's also board programs that allow note-taking, for example, where you can append to your document, download any notations that you want to make, whether it's through a stylus or keyboard. So definitely some good options out there that we can look into.
For everybody to be online?
So,
Do we have the bandwidth for everybody to be online?
yeah, because it's the, once you go to that 365, and everything, yeah. And that's-
Go right to the next page.
that was the question we asked for when we discussed setting up and like you said, for bandwidth. And once you do that portion, all these other things kind of go along with it. And I think it's, again, just becomes I mean, we use the word efficiency, Christina, John, David all said the word tonight, efficiency, and that's where we're looking to move to. So I just want to get the board's opinion. If that works for you guys, we can look into it and give you guys some options.
Yeah, look into it.
Okay. Let's see. I'll skip over one and do the next. Standing committee review. In the beginning of the year, we did the organizational meeting. Just want to touch base on this too, to make sure that the chair people and vice chair are meeting with their departments and helping them out, and then reporting back at the board meetings if there's things of concern. And last, just want to give an update. Christine Martin has been working a lot with the print, social media, website. It's been a lot in the last 3 months. So I don't want to steal your thunder, but if you want to talk about the town crier, talk about the work that you've done on the website and social media.
Okay, great, thank you, Jim. So, yeah, the agenda reads, I'm going to provide an update on print, social media, and website. But I think that what that really means is I'm going to provide an update on how we communicate with the residents. So I'm going to talk a little bit about what we've been working on for the past 3 months and what that looked like. So when I became confidential secretary to the supervisor, in my role, in addition to supporting him day to day, was focused on helping improve and facilitate transparency through clear communication from town hall, right? And there were many areas that we found that we could improve. That's really guided the work that I've been doing, so I'm going to touch a little bit on what those things were. So the first thing I want to talk about is a Facebook reacquisition, okay? That was a pretty big accomplishment for us and something that we haven't talked about yet. But one of the first things that we discovered in January was that the town of New Hartford no longer owned its official government Facebook page, and we were denied access to it. So that meant that what should have been one of the most effective and immediate means of communicating with the residents to provide and share town news, updates, public notices with more than 3,500 followers was no longer available to us. This was a huge roadblock, as you can imagine, in terms of connecting with the community. You know, taking over a new administration and having no way to immediately talk to the residents in a way that we thought would be immediately available to us. So at first, it looked like restoring access could become really costly. We were presented with two options. We could purchase the page back from the current owner. This would have been the most immediate solution, but for a substantial fee. And another possible route was litigation, which would have been a long and expensive process, obviously. And in our view, neither of these options was a good use of taxpayer dollars. But after a long and challenging recovery process, roughly 2 months later, lots of back and forth with Facebook, documentation, proof of who we are, what we use the page for, we were able to successfully restore the town's Facebook ownership. And I do think it's important to mention that it was at no cost to the taxpayers. So now we're able to use Facebook and leverage it to provide useful information to the community, which we're doing responsibly every day. Well, not every day, but regularly. It's used for timely notices, updates, useful public information, calendars, things that are meaningful to our residents, and we're happy to say that we're able to use that. We intend, for what we're doing now, we intend to build on that and expand how we use that. We're going to improve in that area. The next thing I want to talk about is the town crier presence. We love the town crier, right? It's our community paper. I don't know if everybody knows, but we've always had articles in the town crier. Sometimes, always highway news. Rick has been writing an article for the town crier for how long?
17 years.
17 years. And it's always been there, and I think people know that. There was also some articles that were submitted from, town clerk news, supervisor news. But the problem that I saw with that was that these articles were inconsistently submitted. Not you. You always had a great article. But, and also more so that they were scattered throughout the paper and not everybody knew that they were all there. So I worked with the town crier to make a collection, one single page, a full page that contains the information from town hall. Easy for people to find. They know that they can find it there. And they know that if they pick up a town crier, that it's easy access to what's been going on. So far, it's been really well received. Something else that we've been working on, and this is kind of ongoing, is website improvements. So websites that have been around for a long time, especially municipalities, there's a lot of information, a lot of hands on that information, updating that content. Sometimes it begins to get convoluted over time, confusing, multiple pages with redundant information. Navigation can sometimes become confusing. So that's something that we are going to continue to improve on. And what we really want to do is make sure that we provide ready access to town information that is easy to find and, information that's important. We're going to have timely postings of meeting schedules, agendas, and minutes, public announcements, event calendars, and department news, like, any good website should contain. But more importantly is that it's easy to find, easy to navigate, and readily available. I also want to mention under the website is that we relaunched the Report of Concern. It's visible on the homepage. it's great. It's visible, easy to find on the homepage, and it's a place where visitors can easily and immediately report a concern, right? It's a simple form that's delivered directly to the departments that can address those issues. Things like potholes, downed trees on property, town property, street obstructions, broken signs, really anything. You know, we get some, you know, people reach out with things that, you know, we hadn't thought of, there's no category for. But, and it's always been available, okay, this isn't new, but we've been promoting it, and I think that's what's really made a difference, is telling people that it's there and posting it on Facebook and printing it in the town crier, letting people know that it's a resource that's available to them. And it really helps us to know what's going on out there and where we need to, you know, where we need to be and where we need to make repairs. Most of those concerns go to Rick, and he responds to everyone as they come in, as long as it applies to his department. So it's always been there, but this promoting it has really helped. In fact, during all of 2025, we received less than 30 submissions, and since its relaunch, we're now receiving over 30 a month. So people are responding to it, they like it, and we'll continue to promote it. We also created a YouTube channel for the town of New Hartford. This is where the meeting videos will reside. It's also how we live stream the town board meetings, which is in fact happening tonight for the first time, I hope. It's a beta launch. But residents can now watch the town board meetings in real time, or they can go back and watch these videos at any time in the future. Okay, these videos will no longer be deleted. They're public records, and they will remain available. Yep.
Just want to ask you one question.
And remain available to residents at all times in perpetuity. As long as YouTube is there, these videos will be there for our residents to reference, yes.
So what do they do? They look up on the YouTube, Town of Hartford?
The YouTube channel is called Town of New Hartford, NY.
Okay.
And I posted it on Facebook tonight to say that we're live streaming tonight and join us. I'll continue to promote that and let people know how to find that. But yeah,
it's always most more.
yes. And our previous board meetings, that, you know, we're talking in terms of live streaming tonight is our first, you know, our first go at that. But all of the videos since January 1st are currently on that YouTube page, and you can watch them. Okay.
Yeah. So you log into under YouTube, Town of Hartford.
You go to YouTube, and then you search Town of New Hartford, New York.
That's it.
That's it.
Oh, that's great.
And then you go to, there's a tab for live if you want to watch the live stream, or there's a tab for videos, which you can watch the videos there. Yeah, it's great. And YouTube bears the burden of server space, and it doesn't cost us anything. So we're also publishing a townwide newsletter. We've done that in the past. This is nothing new, but we are going to produce one this year again in the spring. Rick put out his trash and brush newsletter recently, and that's great. We're gonna this newsletter is going to be property-wide. We're going to communicate, like in the past, information from each of the departments. But we're going to try to make this piece, you know, something that is genuinely helpful year-round rather than just in the moment. So it'll contain important departmental information, a directory of how to contact people, important schedules, key deadlines, assessors' deadlines, things people need to know, information on how to obtain permits, you know, what's involved in obtaining a building permit, and a little bit about the trash and brush schedule, because without that, you know, everybody needs to have access to that. And it'll be coming out this spring. We're limited on pages, but we're going to be directing people with QR codes to additional information that they can see on the website, and that information will be in continuation on our website. So all of these efforts are a part of Supervisor Messa's larger commitment to transparency, accessibility, and building a stronger connection between the people and town hall. So that's what that's all about. I do want to close with, we are always looking to improve, right? So we welcome feedback, suggestions, ideas, thoughts on how we can do better. There's always going to be, things are always going to change, and we want to keep up with that. Make sure we're not missing anything. So you contact us through Facebook, the website, email, or you can call me directly. What's my extension? At extension 2335, if anybody wants to reach out to me. And I also wanted to take a moment to thank Wayne from Upper 90 for getting us online and making all this happen. So he's not here anymore, but I wanted to give a nod to him. So that's it for me.
So
Christine, I just had a question. As it relates to print media, I know we've switched to the Utica Observer Dispatch.
Yeah.
I wonder what your thoughts, because we used to have a problem in terms of getting the public notices published. The other situation I notice is Rome Sentinel seems to attend our meetings, and they have a lot of coverage, great articles about what's going on. The times that I see the Utica Observer Dispatch, as most people, because I don't frequently go to it, there's very little coverage about the town of New Hartford.
Yeah, I can't say that I disagree, and Jim and I did meet with Alexis and, you know, kind of opened a clear line of communication and had to talk about our relationship with the Rome Sentinel and how we can work together and improve in that area. As far as the public notices, I know that we're required to have them published. I don't know a lot about what type of publications
Yeah, if you
they
want
have
to
to
talk
be
to
in.
Dory, there was always, you had to get it in like a week before you wanted it published.
Right.
And a lot of times we're under strict timelines by law, and that caused some serious concerns.
Are we having a problem with that now, Tom Clerk?
I don't know.
I'm asking
No,
Michelle.
there's not been any problem.
So let me ask you, is there a permanent connection with the OD? I mean, is.
No, it's simply just the public notices
Okay.
where they put, right, I mean, you can speak to that better than I can.
Yeah, I mean, that's, the paper, when we did the organizational meeting, is just for public notices.
Okay.
If there's an issue and we need to change, then we can certainly do that.
Okay.
I don't have any issue.
I agree with Herb. I think that Alexa's done a phenomenal job with us for the town. And like, I don't see anything anymore with the OD. We're kind of like faded out, but.
Well, there was a time they used to cover the town of New Hartford when
Yeah.
I first was town attorney.
Years
They were at every meeting, and I guess they had cutbacks and they just stopped.
Is there a possibility we can switch back? I don't know. I'm just asking.
It's, yeah, I mean, it's just done by board resolution, right, Herb?
Yes.
Yeah.
So if the board, and it's what I'm hearing, if that's what you guys want to do,
Yeah.
again, we can do that tonight with the
That'd be great.
resolution.
That'd be great, Jim. I think I'd make a motion on that.
So the motion would be to change from using the Utica OD and
As the
changing
official
to.
newspaper.
As the official newspaper, back to the
Back to the
Rome Sentinel.
Daily Sentinel, is what you're.
Congratulations, Alexis.
Yes, so.
I'm sorry, I keep saying Rome Sentinel.
Daily
I'm
Sentinel.
old, I'm old.
So,
Me too.
so we had a motion by John Latini. Do we have a second?
I'll second.
Second by Councilman Prestera. Any further discussion?
Yeah, I have a online subscription to the Rome Sentinel,
Okay.
and it's very well done, and it does highlight your report generally, and we appreciate it.
Yep.
Thank you.
A great job.
Great job.
Yeah, like we said, we met with Alexis on Monday, was it? Yeah, very productive meeting. Again, I complimented her and also the, was it your senior editor? I've spoken with him, or is it? Yeah, Brett, yeah. So, again, giving, Alexis, kudos for, attending these sometimes long meetings, and reporting well. So with that, Clerk Moran, if you want to call for a roll.
Councilman Latini?
Aye.
Councilman Tian?
Aye.
Supervisor Messa?
Aye.
Councilman Reynolds?
Aye.
Councilman Pistera?
Aye.
All in favor?
Okay. Well, again, thank you, Christine, for doing all the work on the social media, website.
Christine.
Thank you.
Print,
Thank you.
so.
Yep.
So next, I skipped over approval of the vouchers. If everybody took a look at the vouchers and get a motion to approve.
I'll motion.
Motion by Councilman Latini,
Second.
second by Councilman Reynolds. Any discussion? And Clerk Moran for a roll, please.
Councilman Latini?
Aye.
Councilman Tehan?
I would want to abstain on the Adirondack Bank voucher, please.
Councilman Reynolds?
Aye.
Councilman Prestera?
Aye.
Supervisor Messa?
Aye.
Carried.
Next up, back to you, Clerk Moran, for Town Clerk.
Okay, I'll be quick.
I got it.
I just, my monthly report, the clerk's office took in $20,954.37 total. Local shares coming back to the town of New Hartford on that were $20,782.87. You should all have a copy in your packet.
Oh, okay. That's-
Stop looking at my paper, John.
I'm cheating. That's my cheat sheet. My cheat sheet. Go ahead.
I'll share it with you.
No, I got it.
Of that,
I got it.
checks went to, as Leanne talked about earlier, these accounts. So the general whole town was written a check for $2,079.50. General part town was written a check for $18,528.37, and the part town police fund was reimbursed $175. We sent a check for $104 to the Egg and Markets for the spay and neuter program, and we sent a check for $67.50 to New York State Department of Health for marriage licenses that were issued in March. Second part of my report is a quick update on the tax receiving portion of the town clerk's office. April 1st, we're done, we made it.
Good job.
Good job.
We're not done yet. We have some reconciling and some balancing to do and some finishing up with the county. What happens now is any tax not received here by us now becomes the duty of the county. They'll have to go to the county to pay any outstanding taxes now. So to date, mostly as of yesterday, we had collected over the 3 months $17,184,972.52. That's a collection rate of 93.43%.
That's great.
So
Good job.
we're happy that first is behind us.
Yep.
Supervisor Messa touched on the fact that a grant was submitted. I want to thank Christine for all of her help in facilitating that with me and coordinating that with me, and Supervisor Messa also played a role in that. So we submitted it online, and what that is, it's a grant to the New York State Archives for records digitization. What we want to do is, if we get this grant, it's a $75,000 grant, and what we would use it for would be to digitize a lot of the permanent records from current back to 1986 as a phase 1 of 3-part project, because ultimately we'd like to digitize all the records that are back there, building maps and assessors' rolls, anything that's permanent, vital records, birth and death certificates, marriage records, anything that's permanent, we'd like to get digitized, and so we can access those, in a digital format and be a quicker answer to FOIL. The records are protected, all that good stuff. So hopefully we'll be considered for that, and that might come through, and we'll have a new project to work on.
Good.
And then lastly, I have on my list here, the Everyone Can Play walk proposed for April 19th. We did a verbal poll because she needed quick approval, and I just wanted to bring that to the attention so that we could get it on the agenda and possibly get the resolution that we need for it.
Yeah, so Herb, that'll just be a reaffirming our vote for the April 19th, everyone can play 5K walk. And the application or the permit was filed with the town clerks, the fee was paid. Also, all the proceeds, I don't have it with me today, but they're donating all to a specific organization. I think it's out of the Adirondack Sports Complex, if memory serves me. I can't remember the name of their organization that they chose.
I have it here, maybe I can find it.
Okay. While you're looking for that, I do want to compliment, Clerk Moran and her office for getting through the first season of taxes, coming in new. It is challenging. Also want to recognize our town attorney, Herb Colley, 'cause I know we utilized you a lot in that first month or so. So you were pretty much right on top of things and helping out the clerk's office. So thank you for that as well. You don't see it on the application? Okay.
I don't see it noted in here who the,
Okay. So yeah, all the proceeds go to that particular organization from there. So I skipped over. Town Attorney, did you have any matters that you need to
I
discuss?
just wanted to call to your attention, I had sent an email as it relates to Paris Road Solar. John Demore was here again tonight, feels that they haven't complied with their permit. Some trees are dying. I expect this is gonna end up in litigation. I've asked John Dunkel to give me an updated report, which I'll circulate to the board. The only other thing is I'd asked for a verbal approval as to Ristorante Maya that had initially been approved as Ristorante Cafe Maya. It was Ristorante Maya. They're using the name Ristorante Cafe Maya and are gonna have acoustic music, no amplified music. They're open, I think, 4 or 5 nights a week. They usually are open till 9 or 10. And I sent a letter to the liquor board based upon the affirmative response that I got to my email.
Thanks, sir.
that's an
That's it.
existing permit
Yeah,
from
We approved
2025, I'm assuming?
2026.
I've not seen it.
We approved it 2 months ago, 3 months ago.
Yes.
They may not have gotten the license yet. The application, we approved the waiver
Okay,
and the
maybe I'm,
submission.
maybe I'm missing it because of the name.
So,
Could be.
What'd you say, it was Restaurante?
It was
Yeah.
Ristrante Cafe Maya. They're going by the name now of Ristorante Maya.
No
yeah,
cafe
so
anymore.
me and Councilman Reynolds, we touched on that a little bit. Our just biggest concern was after hours, but since it's acoustic, there'll be
Yes.
no amplified.
And this,
And that is confirmed, right?
yeah, no, well, if it
closes at
isn't,
9.
it's violation.
it's not a big. Okay,
Yeah, it closes at 9.
Yeah.
there you go.
Well, 9 or 10, they stop
Stop serving at
You
night.
can't sit after 9, but your
Okay.
meal would be out by probably 10.
Okay.
We need a resolution on the 5K.
Yes,
We did,
we're just reaffirming the 5K.
we did
vote.
it, didn't we?
No, we didn't
No.
do the vote.
We didn't vote.
So if I can have a motion to reaffirm the, everyone can play 5K walk at Sherbrooke Park.
I'll move it.
Motion by Councilman Latini, second.
I'll second.
Second by Councilman Prestera. Any further discussion? And Clerk Moran, if you call for a roll, please.
Councilman Latini?
Aye.
Councilman Tian?
Aye.
Councilman Reynolds?
Aye.
Councilman Prestera?
Aye.
Supervisor Massa?
Aye.
All in favor?
Okay.
Did you verify that there's nothing booked that day at Sherbrooke?
I believe you booked it.
Oh, I did, okay.
Yes.
I sent
I
an
remember
email
doing this,
asking
but I
about
Come on,
remember
Christine.
for that one.
Yep, no, you booked it, yep. And thanks to Chief Fontaine for his support on that. We did meet them prior to earlier on in the year. So we covered all bases. And It's not new to the town park. They've done it in previous years. They just skipped last year, I believe. Okay. Next up, speaking of Chief Ron Fontaine.
Thank
your
you.
report.
So first item on the agenda for the police department, the Grateful for Graham Walk, being organized, it's actually being organized by Utica Roadrunners. Phil Krasinski, I believe, is the point of contact. I believe he's filed for a permit or request to use, to hold the event. It's entirely, parking's been arranged by the Roadrunners. They're gonna park, participants will park on BOCES property, so they have plenty of parking there, and they've gotten permission from BOCES, and the walk is entirely being held on the Ray Hill Trail. So I don't have any issues with it. We'll give them we're probably just gonna check in on them and make sure it's going okay, but there's really no, support needed. It's completely on the trail, so.
Okay.
And Utica Roadrunners are pretty well-versed in these things, the events.
They stop on the trail at Mill Summit Road.
They're staying on the entirety of the trail, going to Whitestown and back, and then they're
Yeah.
walking back to the parking lot of BOCES. Was there a permit for,
That's the problem of,
there was some
they
back
don't
and
meet the
forth?
criteria for the large
Right,
assembly.
so they don't really, I don't think they really
So
need
there's
a
not
permit.
a permit,
Right.
yeah.
We're aware of it, we'll check it
Gotcha.
out and make sure there's no issues. Thank you, Michelle.
They've submitted their certificate of insurance, and I think
Yes.
you've reviewed.
Yes,
You've reviewed
I
it.
did, thank you, Michelle.
Don't know if that needs a resolution or not.
Yeah, you should.
I'll motion.
Okay, we have a motion for the Grateful for Graham Walk by Councilman Latini. Second.
Second.
Second by Councilman Reynolds. Any further discussion? And Clerk Moran for roll when you're ready.
Councilman Latini?
Aye.
Councilman Tehan?
Aye.
Councilman Reynolds?
Aye.
Councilman Prestera?
Aye.
Supervisor Messa?
Aye.
All in favor? That walk is May 2nd.
Thank you, Michelle, for handling the insurance there.
Sure.
Next item on the list, animal shelter volunteers. Christina Lacey and I met with the representative from the United County Workers' Comp Fund a few weeks back and verified that as far as volunteers are concerned, and specifically at the animal shelter, they will be covered under workers' comp. There would be no wages to cover because there's no wages earned, but if there was to be an issue, an injury or something like that, they would be appropriately covered under workers' comp because they fall under the supervision of the shelter director, John Shreen. So at this point, I'm looking to appoint 3 volunteers who have expressed interest over the last, probably going on over about a year now. We've conducted background checks. John's interviewed them, and he's confident that they'll be good fits to volunteer. He's worked tirelessly the last couple of months, the last 3 months since we've opened. So I got to get him a break. So these will be a welcomed assistance.
Do you have a schedule for them?
We're gonna put them on the weekends to start,
Okay.
because that's where we're really, John's committed to several weekend hours when we have an animal in there. That's really the spot right now we need to concentrate on. Then we'll probably work some schedule amongst the 3 of them where maybe each one covers a weekend.
What would their shift look like, Chief, on a weekend?
They have to check in, they don't really need a specified time, but they have to check in on the animals, they have to change the food and water, and they have to, by Ag and Markets law, provide, don't quote me, I wanna say it's maybe 20 minutes or so of socialization, that's by law, so as long as we meet that criteria, we're in compliance.
Are there animals in there currently?
Right now, I believe over the last month, I think we peaked up to about 5. There might be 1 or 2 in there now because some have gone back. So it's picked up as expected this time of year. It always does. See, this is his very busy season for him, both on animal control issues around the town and with stray animals throughout the community. So-
Chief, does there have to be a volunteer there at all times, or?
No, it doesn't have to be a volunteer there at all times. So what we've been doing up until now is he's been going there during the day on his normal shift, but then he's also had to commit to additional weekend hours of work, because we've had animals in there. So these volunteers, once we get them on board, will alleviate that. a significant portion of that. We may look to bring in another one down the road, or perhaps, you know, maybe a part-time assistant, but I think we just manage it slowly right now, slowly grow into it. And right now, these 3 volunteers will be a big help.
Okay.
So, and these were 3 people that just, over the last year, heard the various public announcements about the shelter and reached out. We kept the list, we just kept an internal list going. When we reached back out to each one and said, hey, who's interested? Are you still interested or not? Some weren't, some didn't return phone calls, but ultimately, there were 3 who remained committed. We did background checks and had a police level background check to ensure that we have, you know, someone of good character. Those 3 people at this point are Luke Wilson, Dorothy Spina, and Catherine Soggs.
Okay. Jim, we have to make a motion to put
I
them
would
on.
make a motion.
Yeah, so, Chief, what's your first name?
First name is Luke Wilson.
Okay, so we have a motion to have Luke
I'll move it.
Wilson for a volunteer. Motion by Councilman Latini, second. Second by Councilman Reynolds. Any discussion?
Yeah, I mean, the only discussion, and I think it's a great idea, but one thing we've talked about in the past relates to insurance policy. I think we're covered under general liability.
I apologize, I left that out.
Okay.
We also confirmed with the town's insurance carrier. That was the first, the insurance carrier actually pointed out, the only thing they said, Mr. Cole, was that, I think
Yeah.
that's who it was,
Yep.
okay, Bill Cole. He said there's no issue, the town's covered. He brought up the point, he goes, just confirm with workers' comp that you don't have an issue there, which prompted the meeting that we had.
Okay,
And in addition to that, they're gonna receive a documented training program from John on what to do, what not to do, what the rules are. I'm also gonna implement, you know, a general liability waiver for what it's worth, just acknowledging that they've accepted this in a volunteer fashion and they will agree to comply. Like if there's an animal in there that John deems not to be handled, we have a process in place now where he can put a placard on the kennel to not handle that animal, to restrict, you know, anybody who's not as experienced as John in doing so. So we have some other, to your point.
and they will have a key access to the building?
Right now, there's a key,
keypad.
there's a keypad at the door. yeah.
Okay.
Clerk Moran, call for a roll.
Councilman Latini.
Aye.
Councilman Tian.
Aye.
Supervisor Messa.
Aye.
Councilman Reynolds.
Aye.
Councilman Prestera.
Aye.
All in favor of Luke.
Okay. Second one was Dorothy Spina.
Dorothy Spina.
We have a motion.
A motion.
Motion by Councilman Latini,
Second.
second by Councilman Reynolds. Any discussion? Clerk Moran?
Councilman Latini.
Aye.
Councilman Tian.
Aye.
Councilman Reynolds.
Aye.
Councilman Prestera.
Aye.
Supervisor Messa.
Aye.
All in favor of Dorothy.
Okay. And the last one, Chief?
Catherine Soggs.
Can you spell that for me?
Sure. Catherine, Katherine, Soggs, Soggs.
I'll move it.
Thank you.
Okay, motion by Councilman Reynolds,
Second.
second by Councilman Latini. Discussion? And Clerk Moran, when you're ready for the roll.
Councilman Prestera.
Aye.
Councilman Reynolds.
Aye.
Supervisor Messa.
Aye.
Councilman Tian.
Aye.
Councilman Latini.
Aye.
All in favor of Catherine.
Thank you. Next item, animal shelter adoption process fees. I'm working with the animal control officer and shelter director Treen to make a formal process to include paperwork, release of liabilities, et cetera, with regard to animal adoptions. As it gets busier, there's gonna be situations where an animal's not claimed by the owner, and we adopt it out, whether it's an animal secured within the town of New Hartford or one of the contracting municipalities. John's recommendation, and in keeping in line with the spirit of keeping the fees, I'll just say, more affordable than what anyone locally faced last year. He's recommending an adoption fee to be collected by the town for dogs of $125 and cats at $100, and that would be revenue to the town if someone wants to adopt an animal that we can't return to owner. So that's just, that's a standard practice. Most shelters or rescues have that in place, and it just takes a little bit of, addresses some of the time and costs that go into doing this, so
Do we have to pay for vaccination?
So we are responsible, if it's a town, animal that's secured within the town of New Hartford, and there's no identifiable owner that we can return it to, it becomes by law our property. So we do have to pay for some medical, depending on the need of the animal. If it's veterinary, I should say, depending on the need and the specific circumstances. If it's, there's no really way out of that. It's our animal if the person doesn't claim it. Or if we don't, I shouldn't say doesn't claim it. If they don't claim it, we have an avenue for that. We've had that discussion here before. If it's just an unknown, unidentified, we don't know who the owner is. If it's an animal that's sheltered but came in from another municipality, we are going to be reimbursed by that municipality regardless of what they are able to collect or enforce on their end. So we're the town of New Hartford is covered there, but we don't. I mean, if it's an animal, if the animal control officer secures a loose dog from 840 tonight, and we can't ultimately bring it back to the actual rightful owner because we don't know who that is, then.
And when we were using Stephen Swan previously, we would have had to pay for those veterinary services.
Exactly.
Is there a certain time frame, Chief? Because I noticed there were some vouchers this month. I love the vouchers, the way you named them. Bear and Archie and
Yeah.
Who's the other one? Brutus.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah, Bruce. Yeah.
like, you took those animals in.
Yes.
Was there a certain amount of time that went by before you had to provide those veterinary
So-
services?
It's a case-by-case basis, depending on if he identifies, if a dog comes in with a visible injury or illness or something he can detect, then he's gonna take it right away.
Okay.
If it's something that comes in, now let's see, believe those three you're referring to came in from other municipalities, so
Okay, so you'll get reimbursed?
we will get reimbursed. But first and foremost, we would go to them and say, hey, what level of care do you want? It's their decision. We'll do whatever they want us to do or refrain from it, you know what I mean? But their animal control officer will make that decision, and then whatever that comes out to be, New Hartford will get reimbursed.
Okay, great.
The fee is just, it's kind of an industry norm, is the way John explained it to me, so, and it's, I guess, just something for the town to collect for.
Seems pretty nominal.
It is,
Just
To encourage.
move a motion on the fees, or
Right.
each individually?
Yeah.
Okay. So, Chief, for the dog, it was 100?
125 for the dog and 100 for a cat.
Okay, so if we have a motion to approve the fee for the dog for 125.
I'll move it.
Motion by Councilman Latini. Second by Councilman Prestera. Any further discussion? And Clerk Moran, call for a roll, please.
Councilman Prestera?
Aye.
Councilman Reynolds?
Aye.
Supervisor Messa?
Aye.
Councilman Tihan?
Aye.
Councilman Latini?
Aye.
All in favor?
And also something along the point I think Dave kind of was making, or came up with there, we could be in a situation where if it's an animal that's taken in by the town of Hartford, and we have to care for it by law, I'm not sitting here saying that the $125 isn't necessarily gonna cover it, but if we're too high on the adoption fees, we're gonna be
Right.
housing the animals for
Sure.
a lot longer, so we try to come up with something
makes
that was
sense.
palatable around the.
Right.
100%.
So anyway, but thank you, okay,
Okay.
appreciate that.
And then we have a motion for the cat for $100, correct?
So
Yes.
moved.
Motion by Councilman
Second.
Reynolds, second by Councilman Latini. Any discussion on the cat? Okay, and
Councilman
Roll.
Latini?
Aye.
Councilman Tihan?
Aye.
Supervisor Messa?
Aye.
Councilman Reynolds?
Aye.
Councilman Prestera?
Aye.
All in favor? I just have one question for you, Chief.
Yeah.
These fees, are they coming through the clerk's office under the same account that the sheltering fees
They'll,
go under?
I think they'll come to me, and then I can direct them wherever you want with.
animal shelter account, right?
They'll come to the animal shelter revenue, new revenue will
So
come
they'll
to
go
us.
through her
Yes.
account? Okay, perfect.
your next item?
Next item, building and grounds matters, personnel staff matters. I'm gonna bring that back next time. I have a couple moving parts that I have to still assess there, due to a couple different circumstances that arose, so nothing that I need to go into right now. I'll bring it back next month. Buildings and grounds matters, we're getting close to completing the additional portion of the shelter. There's some additional kennels that were purchased last year that we just have to assemble. So we're moving forward with that. I discussed with town supervisor and JR at the parks is willing to help get that done, so that's good. I also met with Rick Sherman. He's agreed to assist us with some piece of drain work that had to be finished, so we're getting close, and some other odds and ends there that need to be tied up, so we're getting close to
Full completion?
full completion, and, you know, button up a few things here and there. Just,
Okay.
you know,
Yeah,
So-
like, as I mentioned with you, I know, John Treen put a lot of time and energy in that. And what I'd like to do is a ribbon cutting there, and I'd like John to actually cut the ribbon. I think
yeah,
it would
that's
be-
a great idea. He really did. He put a lot into it. And
Yeah,
And that's what I was gonna comment on. I wanna say, Chief, you guys did a phenomenal job. You worked tight hours, but unbelievable. John Treen is amazing, how hard this kid works, and you guys, stayed right on it. And it's gonna be nice, and like we've touched on before, I think eventually it's gonna bring a nice profit to the town, because even if we break even, it would cost us, other ways, as we spoke before. But I think it's gonna be great, and you guys really did a great job to finish this project up. I hope it's gonna be successful, which I think it will be.
Thank you, and you're right. Listen, the bottom line here, and I've said this before to others along the way, we really, we're fortunate we were able to pull all this together, and everyone's here's support's noted, whether you're sitting up here or whether you had hands, boots on the ground there. We only had you have one or two options under New York state law, and that's to have a contract, which we lost the ability to do along with several other municipalities, or you have your own. So we really don't have much of a choice, as I see it.
Yep.
So it came together, fortunately, at the right time, and I think it'll work out.
Well, Rick, thank you for all your support and helping Rick, the chief. I noticed you're gonna be doing some,
Highway department put a lot of hours in that.
and I know you're gonna be finishing up the drains and all that, the chief had mentioned to me, so appreciate everything you guys do too for the highway. Thank you.
anything else, Chief?
As far as the police department monthly report, I'm closing in on that. I got a draft version most recently is this morning, which I had to make some changes to on with, that's coming from the Milwaukee Valley Crime Analysis Center. They're gonna prepare that. I'm hoping to have it finalized so that I can have it here for the next meeting, to put it up there, yeah.
Yep.
So it looks pretty nice. I just have to change a few things to make it a little more understandable to the public, because there's just some things on there I don't think you would know what exactly they're referring to, so.
Yeah.
Just wanna clean it up a little bit.
Need our assistance, let us know.
Yeah.
When I say us, I mean.
Yeah. Christine.
Just kidding.
They gave me, what they sent me today was PDF format.
Yeah.
And they sent to me via email, so I'm assuming that wouldn't be a big deal to click through and show, and then.
There was other things that you wanted to show too at some point. I'm not holding you to it, but some of the work and things like that, you want to maybe show a report to the board at some point of video or something like that.
Yes, I did have something else, I will share at some point.
Okay.
I forgot that tonight, so I'll bring it to you, or bring that back next time too.
No worries. We had enough tonight on the presentation, so, all right, thank you.
Chief, thanks for everything.
Yep, thank you all.
Chief, we had an incident in Consumer Square again, at Walmart,
Yes.
a relatively serious incident. That's not there's a whole list of incidences over the years that we've had there. We had an incident at the Fun Zone, and we were very proactive in the way we approached that, I felt. We went after the responsible parties, we went after the owners, we went after Sangertown, and they were very responsive. As I understand it, they provided extra patrols,
Security.
the whole gamut. It was I think we've got to take the same proactive approach with Walmart. It's just any given night, we could have another tragedy there, and we need to hold them accountable, much like we did the Fun Zone. We have a nuisance abatement law. They're not above the nuisance abatement law, and we should, nothing that, I don't want to you guys did a great job, and I don't mean
No, I-
anything less than that, but I think we need to, put them on notice that we're not gonna stand for it, because pretty soon, New Hartford becomes the place to go to raise hell, and, we can't allow that.
Well, so just to back up, as far as Fun Nation, I actually spoke with Tim Bragan this morning. He called me to connect on some minor issues that I noted at the mall that I've been keeping him in the loop on. He's just basically a unsecured door that I asked him to address that's causing a response and a subsequent problem. And I've encouraged him, as well as all business owners, to wherever you can, and it's not, I can't say it's one size fits all, but most business owners in that commercial area need to, especially if you're in the entertainment. or
Yeah, and I'm talking
restaurant type thing.
specifically about Walmart.
Right, no, I-
Because
yeah, I
we've
know.
had instances, serious instances, and it seems to be kind of the hub of
Right.
where to go to cause problems.
So my encouragement to them was to strictly enforce that 18 and under chaperoned. If you're 18, if you're under 18.
But Walmart doesn't have that, do they?
No, and that's what I'm getting, that's what I'm
Okay,
getting
I'm
to.
sorry,
No,
go
that's
ahead.
right. That's the challenge.
Yeah.
That's the challenge. You're
No, I
talking about an
understand.
an
Yeah.
open market store, open to the public.
Correct,
Expansive hours.
I get that.
We are deploying some special operation type details into the commercial areas. Walmart's not immune to that. We kind of move around a little bit where the need is. So they'll be receiving that as well. It's just, and that's not necessarily an overtime thing or anything like that, or costs us. It's just some strategic patrols.
That's on us. I want them to be responsive.
Yeah, I don't.
Again, we use the nuisance abatement law, am I correct?
Yes, we did.
In, fund
We
zone?
sent a letter,
I think we
yeah.
need to do the same with them.
I don't know if it would necessarily apply, because you have to have the impact on a neighboring property. So they had an issue in the confines of, it started out in the Subway restaurant, which is within Walmart, spilled out into the vestibule and eventually into the parking lot.
Walmart, as I understand it, went out to the parking lot also, is that right?
I don't know what their staff did.
Yeah,
The
so
incident
that
itself
affects
spilled
the
out.
rest of that complex.
Yeah, I mean, we can
And I
try
don't wanna
it.
put you on the spot, I'm just saying,
All right.
we need to be proactive on it.
So Herb, do you want to look into that? And
Yeah, I'll be glad to. Chief,
know.
I know they have a person standing when you go in the door. I don't think it's a security person.
No, they're a greeter.
I think we should call it to their attention. I may not use the word nuisance abatement, but I may say it's been raised as a serious concern by our town board.
And I'm not saying it doesn't apply, it's a little bit,
Yeah,
we have to walk through it, I guess. You know.
all right, I
if you'll
appreciate
let me
Yeah,
know
thank-
what happened, I'll be glad to do so.
it.
Thanks, Chief.
A couple of them. Yep.
Go ahead.
Yeah, no, we're good.
Also, one more thing, I had the occasion to attend a scam fraud prevention program put on by investigator Berlinski, and it was outstanding, and my compliments to
Thank you.
you and her.
Thanks.
A great
Appreciate it.
job, thank you.
Okay. Darlene from Assessors, did you have anything? Yeah, I know that, okay. Chief, are you all done?
Yeah, I'm set.
Okay,
Thank you.
Thank you. Moving on to Highway, Superintendent Sherman.
Yes, sir. So, on the agenda is new hire. I interviewed him. I was gonna put it on the agenda tonight, just to get him passed, but he wanted to go home and talk to his wife and family first. So I'm just gonna move that to, next month meeting or whatever we gotta do there. Next agenda was, Fred's Flags. That's the guy who I buy the flags from for out front of the flagpole. And as everybody knows, this wind has been tremendous. And the flags are $500 every time I purchase one. And if I don't put it up, everybody around us starts calling saying, "Where's our flag?" So Fred's Flag has a, part of his business is to inspect the halyard, the cleats, the snaps, snap covers and flags flag is worn, it will be replaced. Flags will be replaced at every visit regardless. Restring a pole if necessary, 20 by 30 flags, install, remove, and dispose of old flags, and repair of new. So right now I have 2 flags, and these 2 flags alternate. One is going to him right now to get sewed, and they take the end and they fix the end and double, triple sew it, so I can still use it the next time. So the one that's up there right now is a brand new one.
And it's already ripped, was what you're gonna say, right?
What?
And it's already ripped, you're saying?
I don't believe so, no.
Okay.
So I have a program that we've got the 2 flags.
Right.
We just
You can swap,
swap
he can
them
make
out.
repairs
And he
before they
makes
get
the
too bad,
repairs.
yeah. That's good.
So, last time, last year at some point, we went to bring it down and everything was frozen. The pulley up on top, the mechanism that cranks them down and up was shot. We had to get a new one of those. It was pretty expensive. So what I'm getting at is, he has this service, it's a yearly, but he gave me a prorated price because we're going into April. And the prorate, normally for the year is $6,500, it covers all that. The prorated one is $4,875. And he, like I said, he comes here every other month, checks it out, does the maintenance on it, and then takes the flags in for repair.
Ricky comes every month or every other month?
Every other month. I just feel that I spent so much in parts this last time that I feel it's a good deal that somebody comes and, this thing ain't gonna disappear.
So Rick, let me ask you, does that, would that also cover the money that we put into it that you had done this year, like the 6,500, or whatever it was, 4,500? Remember you had like you said, I agree with you, it was very expensive that you had to change all the parts and everything.
Right.
Will he service that part too?
Oh, yeah, everything,
And the flags?
everything.
Will he replace them or just sew them?
He sews them, and
Whatever it
then
takes.
once they get discolored, then they gotta be replaced.
Then they gotta replaced.
And that's
He
covered in the
replaces
cost.
it.
And that covers that here too, right?
It says, will be replaced at every, let's see, flag is worn, it will be replaced.
And he-
Flags will be replaced at every visit regardless, restringing a pole if necessary. Those are cables in there, not ropes,
Yeah.
Air Force cables.
He has the lift equipment to do that sort of thing?
Oh, sure.
No,
could- huh?
no, you gotta have that platform that goes up 100 and some odd feet.
He doesn't have that.
He doesn't have that, so we got the New Hartford Fire. He has been involved with fire, he's well with the platform. The insurance covers him to go up there and do what he's got to do at the very top.
So it covers the hardware, maintenance,
Yeah.
and replacement if a pulley or something.
Yep.
So you never have to worry about the flag again, is what you're saying, it's done.
Shouldn't have, no.
And the fire department comes for him to access it?
Yeah,
They have been for multiple times now.
oh, yeah.
So,
That's a courtesy, I assume?
Yeah.
Courtesy from the fire.
so,
New York Mills is territory, but New York Mills has got a stick. And theirs doesn't go up quite as far as ours does. Ours is he has a platform, they lock themselves in, and he does his work.
so Rick, on your past experience, taking care of the flags like you have, and we appreciate that too, by the way. Would you figure that, how many flags do we go through a year? Maybe 1 or 2, or
About 3 or 4.
Depends on the wind.
depends on how bad the wind is?
And as
And
a,
if it's really gonna be windy, we have a long stretch of wind, I will pull it down, but that's what happened last year, I couldn't get it down. And then lots of times the flags that go half mast, and we couldn't get it to go half mast.
yeah, and as a municipality, we should be flying a flag that's,
Right.
It's a lot of money, but it's also part of buildings and grounds, if you will.
And that was one of the questions when we bought the building and took it on, do you guys still wanna maintain and put this big flagpole out front? And we did.
Yeah, I was in favor of that.
Well, I gotta tell you something, that flag looks nice when it's flying. I mean, you know, you can see that all over 840, I mean,
At
it's,
night it's lit up, so it is.
and it's important, like last year, we almost missed the election, it wasn't up, when people started voting, it wasn't there, people were calling me. in my area, in my ward, and I said, oh, you know, I'll talk to Rick and.
What do you think, Jim?
Well, we have the funds. That's gonna be a question I'm sure somebody's gonna ask.
Not in my budget.
On your budget?
Now you're back to doing a flag.
Now there's no money in your budget.
We're getting $125 for dogs, that's cheap.
Maybe that program I saw, though, it says we get, the highway has fun.
Poor Chiefs guy trying to get that thing completed, that place.
They'll have to go back in the bucket, send them up, you want the money.
We're not gonna let John Treen do the flags, too, are we? Poor guy.
No, you might have to.
Oh, God.
I'll make a motion that we, go this year and see how it works out and visit it again at budget time.
I'll second it, Dave.
So I have a motion
Just
by,
one comment on that, if you're looking at it from his perspective, 4 flags in 1 year is
$2,000.
$2,000.
Yeah.
Right.
That's half of what you're gonna pay to.
Right.
Correct.
Plus the mechanism that gets
Yeah.
screwed
If
up.
the mechanism breaks down, we're,
Exactly.
So Rick, that's guaranteed in the contract that those mechanisms will be
Yes.
replaced. He'll take care of all of it.
I think it's a no-brainer.
Make sure that that flag flies.
Motion made,
Okay,
seconded.
so,
Moving along.
all right, let,
yeah, I mean.
when we get to the discussion part, real quick.
That's fine.
So we have a motion by Councilman
Reynolds,
Reynolds,
yes.
second by Councilman
Latini.
Latini. I wasn't sure if it's there.
That's okay.
So discussion, we have Councilman Tihan.
I haven't seen this.
Do you want to pass that down?
So whatever, 6,000 and change.
No.
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 Just the remainder of the
Later
year.
this
On an
year.
annual.
Yeah, if
Yeah.
we start next year, we gotta revisit it. It'll be
Sure.
6.
Okay, so the last repair, you paid $4,500 for some buckles, turnbuckles.
Yeah.
Okay,
Those are airplane parts.
so you got 4,875
Right,
here.
Rick, kind of expensive. I'm sorry, Dave, go on.
You have 4,800 and change here. Inspection of all the accessories. Replace the flag if it's worn. Will be replaced at every visit. Restringing the pole, 20 by 30 flag. Installation and removal of old flag, repair of flags, all hardware and labor necessary. Okay, so he's got everything included.
Mhm.
Okay. Any idea, Rick, in past years, what you might have spent? Do you have any idea?
He just said 3 a year.
3 flags and that mechanism to crank it up and down, when that went, I think,
Okay.
I'm guessing, but it was around $3,000,
Okay.
just for that mechanism.
Plus the cost of the flags.
Right.
Does procurement require that we go out and bid it anyway? Is it because of the amount?
Yep.
Okay.
Okay. Any other discussion? Okay, Clerk Moran, if you call for a roll.
Councilman Latini,
Aye.
Councilman Tian,
Aye.
Supervisor Messa,
Aye.
Councilman Reynolds,
Aye.
Councilman Prestera,
Aye.
all in favor.
Next item?
Next thing, I'll talk about it with John Latini.
Okay. So, you wanna talk about it, and I can discuss it now with you, Rick, if you'd like.
The, Brook Lane and Ross Court, up off the Citron Lane there. They came to us last fall and they wanted the town to take over the road for plowing and sanding. Homeowners Association president is currently in, I believe, Arizona. This particular person, I'm not gonna name a name, complains every single time. I have a pickup truck go up there and plow with a sander on the back, and they use pure salt in that cul-de-sac. Because she complained because I was using sand and salt. So then I went to salt, she complained. She complains about the employee driving the pickup truck. She complains about everything going on in that Ross Court.
Let me know
There's
when
some
you need me.
damage to the lawn, it's gotta be repaired, but my point when we talked about this before was, it's not to spec, and my big truck couldn't do it, my medium truck couldn't do it, here I got a pickup truck doing it, and it's still. I think we should give it back to them and say.
Okay, so.
Like you used to have.
So now that Rick spoke, and I understand exactly what he means, he's right. So, it is a resident, she called me several times, and she said to me that, our plow guy How many condos are in there, Rick? Is about 5 or 6 in there, you think, in that cul-de-sac? Something,
About 7,
all 7?
yeah, because they're doubles.
So I went up and I looked at it, and she said to me, I would like everything to go back the way it was because our people that plow our driveways do the road. There's that little cul-de-sac. That's okay, I'll speak it to the town about it. I mean, if we wanna rescind it, just take it back and let them do it. I mean, that's, you said we haven't done it forever, right? And we never did it.
We just started last year.
Because they requested it.
They requested it.
Okay. And now they're complaining about the service that the town's
And
providing.
she's not on the homeowners association. She has no say, no power, no nothing. The guy that's in charge of that, like I said, is in Arizona for the winter.
Okay, so where does that leave the rest of the people now? You just opened up a book over here, so.
We still plow Brooks Lane going in on.
Brooks Lane, okay,
And we stop. We used to stop right there.
okay.
And then Ross Court got plowed.
So was her the one that wanted it, or was it the other people?
They all wanted it in the beginning because they tried to do something with a developer at the time, which was Larry Edler.
Right. So now that we took it, Rick, and we did it, is it gonna be like 5 against 1 thing, or they're all gonna complain again if we,
I think they're all gonna,
they all don't want it?
they're all gonna come back and say, we can't do it.
Well, that's no.
Without doing it.
But when we talked about this, if memory serves me correctly, when we dedicate a road, we take it over the road, we asked the question, does it meet specs? I think the answer was yes.
I thought it was too.
And now we're saying it's not, which,
Yeah.
you know, that's okay, but now we got to figure this out in terms of, do we contact Larry Adler? What's going on with that? And now we gotta let him know. I mean, if we rescind this, I mean, I don't know. I mean,
There was a meeting up there with Paul Mashoni, Larry Adler, and myself, and the people that lived there
When?
last fall, early fall.
So Larry's still involved with this?
He was.
Because you're saying the
So we came-
homeowners
So we
association.
came up, there was no place to plow the snow. They gave us a building lot to put the snow onto the building lot, because there was no place to put it. And I told them at that time, it's not the circle, it's not the spec. The road is going to the circle and prior, but the circle itself is not the spec.
As I recall, the driveways come out into that
Yes.
circle.
Yes.
And there isn't a lot of circle. In other
No.
words, it's.
No, it's
all
small.
driveway frontage, if you will.
Yes.
So if you're plowing the 4 driveways, you're plowing the road anyways,
Exactly.
basically.
Why don't you have me get a hold of their attorney, who I dealt with on this, and let them know that we believe it's not up to spec. It had been represented that it was, and the board is considering rescinding the resolution because it's not up to spec.
That could be a good
Yes.
idea.
Yep.
That's a good
Sound
idea, Herb.
okay?
Yes, sounds
Tried
great.
it and it doesn't work.
Okay.
Right, but I sat in your chair back in the fall.
Yep.
And you sat back there in the back of the room,
Yep.
and you said it was up to spec.
Not the circle,
The road.
the
You said
road.
everything was up to spec. The road that you're plowing.
Yeah.
Which includes the cul-de-sac.
I didn't make this decision.
I'm not saying you did, but you represented that it was up to spec. And we approved it based on that representation. That's what I'm saying.
Right.
We're also supposed to have a fee policy.
Yes. we
Was
do.
that done?
Yeah.
Okay. I looked on Search IQS. I did not see it deeded over to the town since November or October of '25 when we approved it.
Right.
Oh, maybe the deed
So,
hasn't been
has it been
recorded.
filed?
I sent it back to them to record, because they have to
Okay.
pay, they have to pay for
The
the
recording.
recording. I don't
Yeah.
pay for the recording.
Okay.
The town pays.
So you're
nothing.
saying it hasn't been filed yet, Dave, for a deed?
I didn't see it, but
Okay.
I'll leave that to Herb when he talks to their attorney.
Okay.
all right, camera installations.
So we're gonna look into it with you.
Herb's got the lead.
Call their lawyer tomorrow morning.
Okay.
Next one.
Cameras.
Cameras, installation for cameras. When I went and put all LED streetlights in the town of New Hartford, part of the deal was cameras. There's cameras going on these bridges for Sequoia Creek, which watches the water and also measures the water where we are. One on Bleacher Ave, one on Elm Street, one on Clinton Street, New York Mills. Genesee Street is the state. Other cameras included Sherrill Brook and Elm Street Park, the old railroad station.
This is for stormwater?
Part of it was for stormwater. There's a camera on our new dam over here on Route 5B.
Middle settlement, yeah.
Middle Settlement Road. And these cameras, ones that can get power, and the ones that can't are solar. There's one on the pond on Grange Hill at the bottom. And that sets the alarms off on our phone when the water starts rising in the middle of the night, and sets the alarm off so we go out and we know there's a problem. They haven't been installed because there's a one pole that needs to be installed on the bottom of Grange Hill. But we have the cameras, they're at the highway garage. As soon as that pole is installed, we'll get power line to come in and install them.
So this,
By the police chief, there are cameras. This may assist those cameras in places that would help in different areas of the park.
Yeah, and I'd like to see, we talked about potentially Will's Drive, a camera there, and then when Roman and Hughes gets done, we can put one there. I think it's very beneficial to have those. It gives you kind of like the eye in the sky
Right.
from, your phone to take a
Right.
look at that.
Yep.
Yeah.
What camera in Will's Drive? What, looking
We got
at
three-
what?
We got 3 ponds up there.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Okay, I'm sorry, yeah.
Yeah, you're okay.
Yeah,
Because
yeah.
what happened, I think, one year, the nature of the water and the brush clogged the top of the drain, and then it just went over, it breached it and just started going down backyards. But I think the camera would
On
have
Beach-
alerted us.
On Beechwood.
On Beechwood, correct. That was a few years back. Okay.
Next item is signs. Removed from the corners and posts and right-of-ways. The town looks like disaster. And I wanna make a resolution where years ago, the codes department went out there and picked up the signs on a
Yeah.
weekend when we had a part-timer.
Joe Booth was here, he used to take them all.
Since then, it hasn't happened.
Agree.
And you come to the Route 8 ramp down to Kellogg Road, it's, everywhere you go, there's signs.
For May.
I would like to see a seasonal that I'm gonna be hiring, take up one of our pickup trucks and go out there and pull every one of these signs down. We made a spreadsheet where the location of the sign is, the phone number on the sign that we can call. And the signs are in the back of the highway garage because they're expensive. People pay for them. They can come back and pick them up.
What we see, Rick, is once you get 1, 2, 3, then it just keeps multiplying because people.
Last couple of days, I've seen them multiplying.
Yeah, and they're attacking the telephone poles, and I
Yep.
think, Herb,
agree,
if
Jim.
not, we have a
We have an
ordinance. So I think we,
If we don't have elections yet, wait another month.
Yeah, but elections are covered. You
No, I
can't put them
know.
out before
Yeah.
such and such.
And they're
They have to
removed.
Come down
If you
after.
wanna see signs.
Yeah, yeah, but
But
that's a whole different.
yeah.
Exactly.
Not in the right of way, right? Even though they're
No,
election
it
signs.
shouldn't be,
Can
no.
be in the right of way.
Christine, the one on our street, Tilden?
Yeah.
Right on the corner of Tilden, what is that? They got all that whole telephone post blasted with them.
Yeah.
So Rick, how quick can we, I know the shifts are changing next week, can we get somebody on that and start that? And then I think Shannon may have that formula as you're talking about.
Yep. Already
Logging.
got the form built and made.
Okay, so I'm not trying to,
Call like those companies and let them know like, hey, this is not allowed.
it'll give them, you'll have the,
They got all their numbers on them, so it'll be easy.
I think we take them down, though. We don't wait for them to come and take them down.
No, we'll take them.
no, we're,
I'm saying like, once we receive the signs and we take them down.
We call them.
You know, the We Buy Houses, they're
Yep.
everywhere.
Yep.
We notify them like, hey, you're not allowed to.
Yeah, and we're telling them where the signs are by the town garage. They pick them up, because, like I said, Rick said it's an expense, and we move forward, so.
And the other thing is too, somebody mentioned that, like, see, where Rick just mentioned, Jim, on the corner of Kellogg and 840, where it ends when we hit Kellogg Road. Not only they're on the side over there before the bridge, they throw all their garbage on top of them. Like, people just throw garbage at it, it's like, they think it's a dump or something.
Yeah.
So, not good.
So again, it's one of those things, we need to keep our town looking
On Oxford
nice.
Road, we talked about it earlier, Jim. On Oxford Road at Millerbrook, there's a new extension with houses being built. He put a big 4x8 sign on our right of way out at Oxford Road, advertising lots for sale in these houses. I called them up and told them it needed to be removed immediately. Go put your sign down on where your lots are and let the people read your sign and see, what, you know, about the lots. I called him last week in the middle of the week, and here's been, and it hasn't been.
I'll reach out to him
taken down.
tomorrow. Yep, I'll contact him tomorrow.
Yep.
Thank you. So did you say you'll get somebody on that Monday or sooner
Oh,
to
yeah.
get the signs?
Yep.
Okay.
Can I just recommend maybe if they can take a picture before they pull them down? So
Sure. Oh, yeah.
Finger pointing
Yep.
later?
Okay, we can do
Good
that.
idea, Dave. It's a good idea.
Next agenda is, the approval of the contract amendment for the Teamsters. We talked at great lengths, Jim and I, and we talked, he couldn't make the meeting, but we talked to him over the phone about going back to a labor/MEO that the county made this position. And we're still not there. And we'd like to do that. It's a much lower rate right now, and they have certain time to get their license. We also talked to them that on Fridays, they can go down to Albany and get their CDL with the Teamsters trucks, free of charge. So we need that in position so I can get a laborer, come in, get them there to get the CDL, and then we hire them.
So it serves two purposes for you. So you'll get a laborer now because you have these projects.
Right.
And two, they'll be acquiring their CDL through the state at the state's cost.
Teamsters.
Or Teamsters.
I get it.
And then, at no cost. And then they have 6 months, right?
Yep.
And then by that point, we're gonna be, approaching winter. So at that point, I think the timing is good. So we talked with the Teamster, was it Gerlach?
Yes.
And he mentioned $19 per hour, and then their time does start.
Yep.
For, and then, and once everything moves into place, it'll follow the contract. So once they acquire their CDL. So we did share the agreement with our town attorney. You did review it.
Yep.
We see no issues with that, but it does help get your staff, complicated.
Right.
So with that, I don't know if anyone needs to review the agreement that's set forth there.
Yeah, I mean, do we have it here?
Yeah, Rick, do you have the agreement that you could
Yeah.
pass down?
Right here.
I reviewed it with Rick.
We discussed this at length at the last meeting, did we not?
We did, and we,
Yeah.
So this is memorializing what we discussed last meeting?
Yep.
and what we just didn't know the rate, and then the conversation too was if they acquire their CDL and through the town, is there gonna be a payback? But now that it's doing through the Teamsters, we don't have to worry about,
So we hire the MEO
labor.
labor at
19.
$19 an hour.
today?
Mm-hmm.
You hired somebody today?
Not
I
today.
thought we're at 20, no, what are we doing today? That's what I wanna,
Just,
Just approving to bring back the labor
Yeah.
Bring back the labor's position in our,
This question is, what are we paying?
okay.
add it to
pay them
the
$19.
contract. We don't do nothing else with the contract,
Nope.
other than add this.
So it's another tool.
To the contract.
Okay, so laborers aren't covered under the contract today?
Yes, they are.
We don't have
No.
laborers.
We got rid of the
We
labor.
got rid of laborers, so
2
we did
years
the same
ago.
thing at
All right.
Water Authority.
That's why we're putting that in at $19 per hour.
And how
based-
many laborers are we gonna hire?
Which ones, I'm still missing like 3 positions.
So we could hire up to 3.
So you have one that is in discussion with the family that has a
Right.
CDL.
Right.
That's one, and this would maybe
Possibly 2.
two.
So this doesn't impact the budget,
No,
right?
no, I still got those numbers.
Just the labor contract.
Right.
You do the interview, right?
And there'll be MEO operator trainee and laborer. So that's one title.
One title, and that title was approved by the United County. Actually, they're the ones that came up with it.
Temporary position where only when an employee is in the process of obtaining the CDL license, they will be placed in this job title.
Yeah, the proviso is they come in with the understanding they have to get their CDL
Within 6 months.
or they're
Right.
gone.
They're gone, but they also have to, if they're going to do this on Fridays with the Teamsters,
Right,
they gotta go down there with a permit
right.
in hand.
So this is no later than 12 weeks, they'll need to acquire the CDL. And they'll be able to do that through the Teamsters.
Yes.
Okay.
Free of charge.
They
What,
even-
what did we pay before for the CDL?
22 to start.
No,
No, I mean for the
oh,
license, the
labor?
certification for the
No,
CDL.
if you go get your CDL license, the town never paid for it.
No, we never paid for
The
that.
employee paid their own.
Oh, they did?
Yeah,
Okay. So the Teamsters are willing to pay?
The trainer.
they train them.
Okay.
They even offer too, if it permits, they would do, instead of being once a week or so, if it allows them, if they can do it for a week, they can do a week. They'll work with the schedule,
Right.
with the individual too, and coordinate that. They're willing to fast track, to help out.
So the laborers don't exist in the contract today,
Correct.
but they're
Correct.
going to after we sign this.
The addendum, yeah.
And what other aspects of the labor contract would apply to them as a result?
In a labor position,
Yeah. Everything else in the contract?
everything else in the contract, they gotta have that CDL to be hired permanent.
After 6 months, they gotta get their CDL.
But all their time counts, and the time will count towards the sign-on bonus and all the steps and such.
Yeah, the only thing I'm not clear on, by adding them to the labor contract where they do not exist today, what the implication is for the other benefits that's spelled out in the labor contract. Like health,
And once they get,
environment, everything in the contract.
yeah, but once they get their CDL,
He's filling vacant positions. If we had someone with a CDL, he would hire him today.
You can't find anybody.
Can't find anybody.
Right.
So it's a position that's vacant. We need to fill those positions.
No, I
And
get
this
it.
is the cheapest, probably, well, I think it's the best way to do it.
Get somebody's.
We're not on the hook at all for training,
Or nothing.
for nothing, and if they don't get their CDL,
Well, we weren't previously either, though, on the hook, right?
oh, they were,
well, they were regular employees, sure.
yeah, they still had to have their CDL within 6.
Right, but we didn't pay for it, they did.
No.
And we didn't train them.
You can't
Well,
find
we
people
did
with
for a
CDL
while.
licenses.
Because I do have a trainer in-house,
Okay.
and I have all the stuff on our computer in-house. That this guy would train him, and when he's ready to go, he goes on the computer to DMV, sets up the road test, and we take him for the road test.
So
But as far as,
it did cost the town, in a sense, for you
Yeah,
paying that employee to
some-
train, right? So those hours and pay is going.
And when they become an MEO, they are in the labor contract at that point.
yes,
Okay. Thank you.
So, Don just needs me to sign this, right?
yeah,
So the motion would be to allow the town supervisor to sign this at the rate of $19 per the agreement for labor, per this agreement for from Teamsters Local Union 294.
correct.
So moved.
So you have a motion by Councilman Reynolds, second by Councilman Prestera. Any further discussion? Okay, Michelle, if you call for a
Councilman
roll.
Prestera?
Aye.
Councilman Reynolds?
Aye.
Supervisor Messa?
Aye.
Councilman Tihan?
Aye.
Councilman Latini?
Aye.
All in favor?
Sign
Yeah,
it.
you can sign it now. There's a sign-in sheet.
Jim. there's the seals. All right, moving on.
All right. All right, Rick, you have approval for Valley View and Chapman Road?
Yes. This is, our engineer services, John Dunkel, Jason Brown. They're the ones that worked on this traffic signal at Kellogg and Oneida. And they put everything together, went out to bid. We got a bid of, from Powerline and Clinton. There's only two people in the area that can bid, and it's Powerline and Syracuse Utilities. So this one here, the bid came in so low on the first one that we still have money in the band and the savings that I can go up on top of the hill at Valley View and Higbee and change that light over as well. And their services cover everything here. They surveyed the intersection, including underground utilities, soil borings, permitting with Nye County and State of New York, prepare of design engineering plans suitable for bidding, preparation of construction estimates, preparing of bid documents, oversight of bidding, contract administration and on-site, limited to 20 hours. And it's, like I said, there's money that's in the band, and what I saved on the first intersection, they'll do everything, put out the bid, open the bids, award the bids, and they want 24,000 for that traffic signal.
So what's the ask, to go out to bid, or you have bids?
Go out the bid.
Go out to bid?
Yep.
Okay.
So I have a motion to go out to bid for both Valley View and Chapman.
Valley View and Chapman.
And is it Higbee
It's
and
one
Chapman?
intersection.
And a
Yeah,
second?
it's one
It's all
intersection.
one
Valley View,
intersection.
and,
Okay, but did you have a Higbee one too, or is that?
What's
It's
right
the
at
same
the-
one.
It's all the.
Same
Chapman,
same
Valley View, and
intersection.
Higbee. Valley View on the other
Yep.
side.
It's
Okay.
Higbee.
Yeah, it's the same intersection.
I'll make a motion to go out to bid.
Second.
All right, so we have a motion by Councilman Reynolds, second by Councilman Latini. Any further discussion?
The 24,000 was what the engineering firm provided? Is that what you said?
Yep.
And what the estimated cost would be?
Yep.
Clerk Moran, if you call for a roll.
Councilman Latini?
Aye.
Councilman Tehan?
Aye.
Supervisor Messa?
Aye.
Councilman Reynolds?
Aye.
Councilman Prestera?
Aye.
All in favor?
Rick, next item?
Equipment surplus. I want to get rid of a 2012 Mack six-wheeler snowplow with the dump body, the salter, the plows, everything ready. I don't need all that stuff. And like I say, it's a 2012. I just want to put that, Auctions International come in and put that on auction and see what we can get for that.
You gonna put it up on auction, Rick?
Yes,
We reserve the right to reject
we
any
do.
and all bids.
yes.
I'll move it.
Second.
So a motion by Councilman Reynolds, second by Councilman Latini. Any further discussion?
Sorry, I didn't catch what vehicle it was.
2012.
2012
Mack dump truck.
Mack dump truck six-wheeler. I got the VIN number if you want it, the last four digits.
We put a reserve on it anyway if you want, right, Rick?
Yes, we do.
Should I put it in the resolution, the last four?
Pardon?
Should I put it in the resolution, the last four of the VIN?
Typically, we supply the,
I'll give you
VIN numbers
that
and stuff.
tomorrow.
Okay.
yes.
Hey, Rick, just to bring something up quick, are you all done with everything?
No, I got more, but go ahead.
They asked me about the sign, we were gonna do that in the spring, the one over there we did for, Maria, remember we looked at it, me and you, the stop sign? We had one with the blink in over there off of 9th Street, Arlington, I think it was, and you know the one we got done, we approved it?
I don't know, was it approved?
Yeah, we approved it.
All right.
So she asked me, I said it'll probably be this spring, they'll get it done. Remember we had the flashing one?
$3,000 comes out of the sign budget.
Just verify that was approved first. I mean, I know you're saying it, but just verify that.
Yeah, I will.
I need a vote on the surplus resolution. Councilman Latini?
Right.
Councilman Tehan?
Aye.
Supervisor Messa?
Aye.
Councilman Reynolds?
Aye.
Councilman Prestera?
Aye.
All in favor?
It was approved though, guys, just so you know.
No,
No, I mean, I just wanna let you know, so, yeah, I would definitely verify it though, you're right.
I have another truck. That's the brush truck that we got the new one, has already been in service. This is the old ones, the 2004 Freightliner, 4300. I got the, I'll give the VIN to her in the morning, but I'm gonna put that one out to bid too, because we got the one that, the new one replaces it.
I'll move it.
So I have a motion to surplus the 2004 Freightliner, motion made by Councilman Reynolds. We have a second by Councilman Prestera. Any discussion? Okay, Clerk Moran?
That's not a bid, that's just a resolution to surplus it.
Yes. And he'll provide the
Councilman Latine.
VIN and stuff.
Councilman Tian,
Aye.
Supervisor Messa.
Aye.
Councilman Reynolds.
Aye.
Councilman Pistera.
Aye.
All in favor.
So the next thing I got, some miscellaneous. I got an old tire changer that we use to change police car tires, pickup tires. I've been there 17 years and it's been there all the way I've been there. So we went out and we put this old one, maybe somebody that's got a garage or something, they'll buy it.
I'll
And
move
then-
it.
Wait, and then there's some truck wheels and miscellaneous parts for the old leafers that we pulled behind. There's radiators there and some parts for those that people still run them.
So I'll make a motion that we put the miscellaneous parts and the tire changer to action.
Auction is
That's what I said.
So we heard.
You're gonna replace that one, Rick? Rick, you're gonna replace that, you're gonna replace that one? The
Any-
old one, you're gonna replace it?
Tire changer?
Yeah.
It's already been done because it kinda, we changed a lot of tires for these guys
Okay.
and ourselves.
Yeah, I'll second it, Dave.
So motion by Councilman Reynolds, second by Councilman Latini. Any further discussion? All right.
Councilman Pistera.
Aye.
Councilman Reynolds.
Aye.
Supervisor Messa.
Aye.
Councilman Tian.
Aye.
Councilman Latini.
Aye.
All in favor.
You had Mallard and Brush waste pickup? up?
Yeah, I just, a couple minutes, I'll go over that real quick.
Yeah, bring it up.
Need to step away.
You're excused.
So every month, there's gonna be a highway department report, similar to this one. And Jim and I have talked about it.
We got any sleeping bags here?
There's a new trash, green waste mailer, you didn't get one.
Starting to get dinner.
Around there. You didn't get one, I'll mail it to you, or drop by your house and give you one. Spring cleanup, a waste pickup. Sweeping the roads, right away, sidewalks will begin Monday. Green waste brush pickups will begin April 6th, continue every week until September. Every month, cash drop off every Monday, begin 6th through September 21st. And curbside trash is again in October. Lots of months away, but that's, and we have a paper shredder on a Saturday, May 16th from 8 to noon. So if you bring us junk in or their paper shredder.
Sure.
Stormwater projects, we initiated a stormwater committee established. Clean water retention ponds, approximately 9 of them. Clean culverts and swales, clean out ditches. Monday we start ditching on the 9th Street. Then we go to Sessions Road and we go to Mallory Road. Driveway and pipes, secure them debris, make sure the driveway pipes are blown out and they're clear. Frequent checks of dams and creeks and removal of trees, brush, and waterways. We've been doing that right along last week with some big trees that have fell down and crossed the creek. Retention on maintenance, and we talked about the cameras, project locations for stormwater to begin with. Sedgwick, there's a road cut up there, the road's gotta be extended to width with a ditch. Bradley Road, Blue Tree Bridge, Willville Fire Department, Twindham Terrace, Roman Road.
This meeting's on YouTube. We're gonna have to make a mini series out of it.
Includes the weather breaks, our first job.
We're going on 6 hours.
Second, putting those arrows back.
Yeah,
The
we're here 6 hours.
We need those arrows.
I don't care.
So we'll be painting them back. So as we get a nice weather day, temperature are up. Catch basin cleanouts, start with new paved roads, 9th Street, Chadwick Drive, Wade Pipes, and 6 sewer pump stations spring and fall. We go in there and we clean them out, make sure that they're in working order. I know the parks projects, we still gotta finish the dog park, the new bridge, and Cheryl Brook sits there. We're gonna go up in the next week or two, take the old bridge out, put new footers in, they'll hold the new bridge. And there's fencing going around the playground, Washington Mills as well. And contractor will be finishing up on Washington Mills Park with paving. And then we have to set a new fence there. And some pictures of the new playground. Street signs, we already started last week. We're in the Woodbury area right now. We auger the holes, set the posts, make sure they're level, then we get 10, 15 of them, we pour the concrete all at once, and all the signs. We waited 4 or 5 days, then we go back and we put the sign on the new pole. Traffic light at 9th Street and Kellogg Road, curbing and sidewalks, the follow once complete, that's our part of the job, at the new traffic signal. We got to put the curbing on all 4 sides, with the sidewalks that for handicapped areas at the, they have a name for it. We got crack sealing, all the roads that we paved last year was 2.5 million. Obviously this winter, we're going to have cracks. Ditching of roads, we got the list, we also got a list on Oneida County. Repair potholes and driveways, surplus equipment, which we just talked about. New stop signs, yield signs, caution signs, and coordinating of veteran signs on poles, that'll be going up. You know, about the second week of May, putting those up for the summer again, like we did the last couple of years. Residents report, we got a lot of lawn damage from the plows and some mailboxes. And the trail started, radial trail, the contractors out there last week, they moved in, they cut the trees that had to come down, but while we're out there working with machines, the people are still walking the trail. So we're going to be putting that on the website as well, and that's what we're concentrating on for this month in April. We'll be meeting again with the Stormwater Committee. Last meeting was get to know each other, we found some maps, and they can working on that as well. But, so the flyers are over there, anybody didn't get one on the road. Any questions?
No, it's a great report. Thank you for you and Shannon putting the time in. It's a
Shannon, he put the board together.
great overview of what you're working on and very detailed. One thing you left out, I don't know if you want to touch base on pothole thing that you found?
Yeah.
Okay.
We talked to the city of Utica, I talked to the city of Syracuse. They use, and Syracuse owns one, a pothole machine. This pothole machine comes up to a pothole, obviously, if it's bad enough where we got saw cut it. But the regular small potholes, machine blows it out, cleans it all out. One person trucked it safely with all kinds of lights. It puts the tar emulsion into the hole, and also carries 1A stones on board, and that fills in. And then if it needs another layer, then we put another layer on. But we can't go too high and make it the hole too high now for motorcycles. So it's very important to keep it street level. So I rented one, weather permitting, in the middle of April, about the third or fourth week of April, when we get some nice weather. And I rented one to see how it works and if we like it. And before we go out and we purchase something like this.
Yeah.
But,
And it covers, so you have one person operating this in the safety of the vehicle with the, like you said, the arrows on the back of the truck. And also what it'll do too is, you get a number of potholes done. I forget the number that they can accomplish in a period of time.
they threw a number out there of 30 to 40 a day.
Yeah.
But we'll see, I can't believe 40, but I can
Yeah.
believe a lot more than we do by hand.
Yep. So-
I'm thinking 20, 25.
Yeah,
We'll see.
Yeah, it's worth a shot. Again, it's a great way to
Right.
test something out.
This year, we don't have the money like we did last year for paving,
Mhm.
so we'll use that, and then this machine will get the list of potholes and use it on the potholes where we don't have the money to work in those areas this year. But like I said, we'll try it and see how it works.
Rick, when that machine comes in, can you give me a call? I'd like to see it.
Yeah, I'll let everybody know. We got others, highway superintendents in the area all want to be called. It might be something that we talk to Whitestown, we talk to other towns, and they might be interested.
Right.
Going together.
Yep.
Shared services.
Type thing.
Yep. Good idea.
But,
And sometimes there's even grants.
What new machine? $340,000. It cost me $15,000 to rent for 4 weeks. But I want to see if it works before. That's right.
I mean, you only use it for a certain length of time.
Oh, you can use it, spring, summer, all summer long, all fall.
Potholes usually appear in the spring, right?
Right, but we get caught.
If you, Rick, I'm sorry, go ahead. If you get good at this, maybe the Board of Water Supply would be interested in, some of their excavations. And I don't wanna exclude National Grid either, but,
Right.
you know.
I have 20 some odd old potholes where they dug it up and repaired them over the winter.
Yeah.
And they settled deep.
Yeah.
Rick, can we do that one on Tilden Ave? Dig it right out.
I can't touch them, because once I touch
Right.
them,
Becomes yours.
then I own it.
Yep.
Right.
Oh, I see.
So it's their responsibility to come back in and fix it.
Rick, I'd like to thank you. I called your attention to the one up on top of Woodbury by the club, and that was the disaster. The whole road had sunk in, and you guys did a nice job. That was a real safety issue. Thank you.
It's gonna be a busy year.
Yep, so we need bodies, so this will give them, you'll free up, how many guys would normally you associate to if you went out and did potholes without the truck, one man?
We gotta go up and get, well, we got the
You'd have,
trailer that we pull, we take that up there to the plant, get hot black down, get a two-ton dump or 3-ton dump in that, and there's a propane heater on it, it keeps it hot. But you're talking a truck driver and 2 or 3 guys, that machine, so you're talking 4 guys.
Yeah.
And like I've done in the past, just like with the leaf machine.
Right.
I had 4 trucks, 3 guys on each truck was 12 guys. Today we have 4 trucks with 4 guys.
Yep.
And
So-
we have no complaints, we're done.
No.
So I keep looking at ways to.
Yeah, no, it's good. I look forward to seeing it when it comes in.
Well, thanks, Rick.
Thank
That
you.
was great.
Anything else, Rick, did you have to cover?
Just the Rainbow Trail, like I said, it started, they started. It's gonna be a 2-year project, but they,
Okay.
the contractors are there with big machines and
Off they go.
When do we expect to be invoiced for that work, for the Ray Hill Trail?
how do we get invoiced?
When do we expect?
When?
Yeah. I ask because it's a sizable number. I think it was over 4.7 million,
Yeah,
right? And we'll need to.
we have to pay first to get
And they get
reimbursed.
reimbursed.
Well, we're not gonna be able to take 4.7 million
Right.
out of our purses.
So that's a 2-year project.
Right, that's what I'm trying to
Yeah.
understand.
Yeah.
So, if you can give some thought to the timing, so we can arrange appropriate
Sure.
debt servicing for that,
Yeah.
and then we'll go ahead and do the ban to support that.
John Dunkel is on top of it, we'll get with him.
Okay,
He knows all those numbers.
great,
Yep.
great.
All right,
Thanks, Rick.
thank you. Moving on, we have,
We got a question there.
yes.
So, since I worked in contractor, I bought the buildings, like for contractors. Once they put the boots on the ground, it's every 30 days, 8 high days, every 30, but only the percentage of what was completed.
Okay,
So that can go on. And
Yep.
I hope you're gonna hold retainage as well.
Good job, Rick.
That should be part of it because we shouldn't have to pay more out a year, until the final number out after it's been in operation for a while.
okay.
That's the
Standard.
AIA contracting tool that everybody has to buy.
All right.
Then as for payment all of it, once they come to a company.
No, I wouldn't expect it, but
Yeah, I know.
I'm just wondering,
Seeing that,
but 2 years makes, is helpful to understand that.
It's just that's how they do it.
Okay.
So if you only did $5,000 worth of work in the first 30 days, that's all they can build.
Right, right.
Thank you, Gary.
You know, my input.
Now we're moving on to New Hartford Library report from Ann Duras, Director.
Alrighty, thank you. So next week is spring break for the schools. When they close down, we get busier. So we have stuff planned every day on top of our story time for the kids. Every day, like I said, there's something for them. The week of April 20th, we're doing something we've done for the past 3-4 years at Neighborhood Trees, where families can sign up to get trees for free. They get delivered to the library and they can pick them up. I think we're between 50 to 100 trees each year get dropped off and families get those. So that'll be on the week of the 20th. Also, the week of the 20th is National Library Week, and we're doing something new this year called Find Your Library Joy. That's the theme, but we're also doing a sensory safe space for families with kids who, you know, the library might be a little overwhelming at times with everyone there, so we're allowing them to come in prior to us opening to explore the library, get tours, get their library cards, play around where it's quieter for them. So we're gonna try to launch that. Also coming up May 4th is the week of May 4th, excuse me, is our 50th anniversary celebration. So we have something planned every day, including May 6th, which is our actual anniversary day. We're partnering with the New Hartford Historical Society because that's where we started at the Point School. So we're gonna be they're opening it up and giving tours for 4 hours that day. So we have something planned every day, so stay tuned for that. It's also our annual report season for the state, so we're handing in all our circulation, statistical information and financial report to them. So we've been busy doing that as well as the audit.
Mhm.
too. So that's it.
Excellent.
Thanks, Ann.
Thank you.
Christina, do you have anything on the finance? I know there was nothing on the agenda, but do you have anything to add?
I do not.
Okay, just want to skip you.
I've given my input on everything, so I'm good.
All right. So moving on to matters submitted by the councilman, we have Councilman Reynolds.
Yes, we did 51 inspections last month. Fees collected are $4,896.37. Also, last month, I know we were approached by a company looking to do a battery storage system in the town of New Hartford. And in their presentation, they mentioned the town of Warwick, the fact that they had had a couple of fires. I contacted the fire chief in the town of Warwick. He referred me to the mayor. I spoke extensively to the mayor. The bottom line is they had 2 battery storage systems, both of which suffered major fires. One of which is totally offline and the property has been condemned. Long story short, they would not recommend, they wish they hadn't gotten into it. I don't want to quote that, but it was not a good experience. Based on the fact that their emergency services were committed for days, 24 hours a day, the monitoring systems that had to take place, it just did not work. So I'm not sure, I'm reasonably sure we're not necessarily looking at doing that. However, Senator Brian Kavanaugh introduced a law in the state Senate, 5506. This would strip the town of all local zoning powers over these facilities. This proposed law would render the battery storage facilities immune from all requirements under any town, county, or village zoning code, rules, regulations, the boards of any, and boards of any type. I've also reached out to Griffo, haven't heard back from him, but we don't need to take any action tonight, but I think we need to make sure we know that's in the offing, it could be in the offing, and I'll keep in touch with Griffo. It would take us right out of the ballpark. They can put one in any place they want.
Dave, have you talked to Brian Miller about it too? Or?
No, I have not. I talked to Joe.
Okay.
I'll see Brian too, but I've got to call into Joe.
Yeah,
Just for your information, that's
I agree
out
with you.
there.
That's a good point, Dave.
It seems like we'd want to be proactive in that regard.
Well, this isn't the first time they proposed that. That's why I wanted to get some feedback from Joe to see if we need to send a letter, we'll do that. But I want to get some feedback first.
But I'm speaking in terms of the town. I mean, we're not currently zoned in any location in the town to support or allow for battery energy
No, they're
storage
not
systems.
permitted. in the
We're not
town. They're not a permitted use. We brought it up twice.
Yep.
Last year, because Larry Adler or somebody wanted to
Denied
come
both.
and put one.
Right.
Right, but,
We chose not to make any amendments to our statute, which
Right.
would allow them.
right, but this would take us right out of the ballpark.
Oh, absolutely.
Okay, that's all I have.
Next, we move on to Councilman Tehan.
The clerk's office has received a 30-day advance notice liquor license request from Chipotle Mexican Grill, located on Commercial Drive. Everybody should have this in their packet. It's a new application.
Is that gonna be beer and wine, Dave? Or- I didn't even look at it, sorry. Or is that gonna be full liquor?
Does not indicate, Joan. So I've never stepped foot in this restaurant.
Either.
You know, to me, it's more of a fast food. I would classify it. I wanted to get Chief's thoughts on the location.
It is, I agree, it is more of a fast food.
Excuse me?
I agree with you, it's more of a fast food
Okay.
establishment. I didn't realize they went into that area as far as alcohol, to be honest with you. I've been in there, but.
Where's it?
You what?
I've been in there, I never would have struck me as a place that they would.
Yeah, I mean, from what I researched, they do have some locations that do have liquor licenses. To what extent what they serve, I'm not sure. I just didn't know, I wanted to get thoughts. They also have recorded music listed on here,
Oh.
which I hope is inside. I know we've had some
It sounds like a very drastic change from what I'm familiar with them currently doing.
Right.
And the first thing would jump out at me is, again, based on my experience in there, it seems there's a lot of in and out traffic. I would be concerned it turns into making alcoholic purchases in an improper fashion and really coming out with them, but I mean,
Yeah. And it says here wine, beer, and cider.
Right, so it is beer, wine, and cider. Not full liquor. Liquor would be the next one. They got the other one. Middle one's marked. What do you guys think on this?
So what's our remit in this case, Herb?
Well, they're giving us advance notice. We could send a letter in expressing concerns. I don't know what the liquor authority, they're the ultimate decider.
Okay.
But certainly if the board had concerns about it, we could address that in a letter.
I know there's various, there's a few different types of liquor license that could be offered, so it might help for, prior to making any decision, to pin them down as to what exactly.
Well, they said beer, wine, and cider.
Yeah, I think there's further restrictions on how it's packaged, whether it can leave the premise, outside the premise, inside the premise, on the curtilage. There's some regulations there, and I guess I just would want to know a little more on the.
Open container, right, chief, outside the restaurant or something?
No, it's
Yeah.
a good point. I mean, are they gonna include it in DoorDash? I don't know how
Yeah.
those things work.
Right. I mean, they may very well be in compliance with the state liquor authority based on what they're applying, but
Right.
based on this, I don't know that we know that.
Well, we can express our opinion.
Yeah, I said we do that.
The
And
board
then,
wants me to.
And it's a busy plaza, so, you know, if they have outside dining for people that can sit outside and they're drinking beer or something, you might have a problem there, I agree.
Yes.
I think it said indoor, right? And no outside.
Okay, no outside.
None.
Dave, you wanna just go through legal and?
Yeah, if we could table this until.
Let me send a letter.
Until Herb has an opportunity to send a letter for further clarification.
I say table it, I agree.
I think the only other one is Applebee's in that area that has a liquor license.
Right, and they're more of a restaurant.
More of a sit-down
Yeah.
restaurant. Okay. Hartford Luxury Apartments, this is a topic I touched on last meeting. I have been working to try and locate any evidence of review and approval for the construction that's currently underway, which consists of 3 residential buildings, various in size and number of units. I think people are actually living in one of them right now. that aside. I've worked directly subsequent to the last meeting with Steve Buck, the owner. He had sent me volumes of documents, none of which unfortunately have any evidence of review and approvals. I asked him specifically for that. He said he's trying to get a hold of his former secretary to see if he can get a copy. So the short of it is, there is no evidence whatsoever at this time that any review and approval was provided by the planning board. You know, as he touched on last meeting as well, he's currently in front of the planning board, trying to get another approval for a separate building, I believe a community center of some kind.
So you didn't see anything, right, Dave? You didn't see anything documented?
Correct. Nobody has.
Okay.
The planning board hasn't found it. Heather indicated she reached out to Barton and LaJudas, the engineers at the time who were reviewing for the town. That's been unsuccessful. Herb, I wanted to get your thoughts here. I think we need to send some kind of notice or letter requesting this information.
Sure.
I guess the challenge I see is the town provided 3 permits to work last year.
How far is he underway?
Well, again, some are
Completed?
being occupied. I don't know, I hope that C of O was issued for that property. Would have to follow up with codes on that.
Yeah.
But
What did George say? See anything? Did you talk to him about it or no?
well, George said he was instructed last year to issue the permits.
Wasn't that the one where I remember a meeting last year when it came up, and that contractor was removing the retention ponds that were right along 12D for that project?
There are retention ponds on the site currently.
They were there, and they're gone now.
Well, actually, the building that's closest to the road, there is a pond directly behind it.
Right
They
behind
moved,
Ponds back?
Yeah.
yes.
As part of this project?
Yeah, they're moved back to where they used to be.
And it's an improvement for what it was.
Yes.
Pond is bigger, better.
Well, you don't live downstream from it, so.
No, I'm just saying, it's a bigger.
I'll ask you to reserve on that.
Yeah, I know we had flooding there today in your neighborhood.
Yeah. So, I don't know what our options are
I've
here.
asked
I mean, I'm
Dory
not trying to,
pull the file. I certainly remember approvals being voted on at planning board meetings. I know Heather does a wonderful job, and she crosses every T and dots every I. So I don't know why you can't find it.
well, it's not just me, Heather wasn't able to locate them either.
Okay,
So,
well, I've got to
I've
go
gone
back
to the
and-
county as well.
I'd have to go back and read minutes from every planning board meeting the last couple of years and see if I can find it,
Okay,
which I'll be glad to do.
okay. The last item we touched on earlier, so that's all I have.
Are we sending a letter to Buck? Was that determined?
Well, I want to look and see what I can find before I put something in writing.
No, he wants to see if he finds the documents. That's probably.
Anything further, Councilman
Right there.
Tehan?
No, thank you.
Okay. Councilman Latini? if you-
Okay, so I already we already discussed Ross Court, we don't need to do that anymore. Sedgwick, as far as the funding goes, I know we had took the project on, and I talked to Rick. Rick, you said most of it was paid, right? For Murphy's,
No, there's a retention hold on,
like 50 grand or something?
yeah, to put the driveway and the grass back in.
Okay. And I knew there was a grant, but,
It was, but let me explain the grant.
go ahead. No, I was just,
In the beginning, I applied to United County for this grant, for this job.
Mhm.
It was for at the time, the engineer says it would be about $185,000.
thank you for that, by the way, for working on
So
it.
we filled it out, I sent it in, and then we didn't hear nothing for months and months and months. Hartford, we're not gonna do it, it's not ours, for months, it went on like that. Then all of a sudden, Noonan comes in here It raises the dickens to the board, and all of a sudden, a decision was made to go out to bid and get this thing fixed. The grant elapsed, it expired.
That's fine, Rick. Actually, me and Christina were talking about that. It's a possibility we could resubmit it maybe, right? At the end of the year or something, or
I did check into that and
you can't do it?
no, it's
Okay.
too late. She said she would let us know if there was any other ones that came out,
Okay.
but it's too late for that one.
So we paid for what, 3/4 of it already? I was just wondering, so we got it from the floodwater, you said?
87,000.
All right, we're taking it from the ban for stormwater.
187?
For the stormwater, right?
Yes.
Okay, no, I was just wondering where the funds came from, that's fine.
Yeah.
We had to get it done anyway, so
Well, it's
thanks
just,
for trying for the grant. Rick.
That's what happened with the grant process.
Yeah.
'Cause it
and
was,
that's,
it was months that nobody talked to, you know?
Yeah.
We're not gonna do it, and we didn't talk about it no more. Then all
Well,
of a sudden-
Rick, I appreciate you trying for the, and you know what, Jim, you just brought up a good point tonight about these,
grant writers?
yeah, I mean, maybe we need to get somebody on these that, you know, I mean, to help out the town a lot tremendously.
Yeah,
You
I
know?
mean, they facilitate it and, you know, so, yeah, but, you know, thank goodness when we did the ban, you know, a couple years ago, you know, it's one of the things I put in there was for stormwater.
And we got the project done, so thank God.
Otherwise, we've been short.
We still got some money left that we may use up on Bradley
Yes,
from that
From the
project,
lower-
stormwater
yes.
project. There might be some left out of that.
Okay.
And I believe because it's stormwater,
Yep. Yep. So, yeah. Yep, we could.
Okay, that's all I got.
There you go. Just three quick things. I was approached by American 250. There's a flags, not a county. They're free to the town. I'll share the maps with everyone. Not that we have to have 30, they've located 33 spots. I know we do the Hometown Heroes, but if there's room, we want to participate, we just got to let them know. And then we had to put them up. So, but they'll drop them off here if we want to do that.
what's happening all of a sudden already is this party had their banner put up here, because that's where we had the room for it. Now they're coming back to us now, and they want it moved.
Who's
It's
this?
to another site that somebody else has already got that site. And that's what happened last year as well.
With the Hometown Heroes or?
No, the veterans. It's the same thing, yeah.
This is
Right?
America 250. I'll send you all the information. I'll take a look at it.
But I do have other areas still vacant that we can put some more up.
I think this is different.
It's different, yeah.
different.
This is
Yeah.
different.
Yeah.
So
Okay.
I'll send it to you. Take a look.
250-year anniversary.
250,
or
yeah.
Centennial or, yeah.
Yeah. And then last night, through Report of Concern, a woman wants to purchase a brand-new bench and put a plaque on in memory of, and ask the town if they would be willing to accept that. And we can dictate what kind of bench, and I don't know if we have anything on the Ray Hill Trail that it's suitable, just gotta let them know.
We've done some in the park, we have some in the park.
What's dedicated,
Yeah.
and
Oh, yeah.
so, is there any,
And we have some in the dog park, that may be different. but
Yeah.
In the actual Sherrillbrook Park, there are a number of benches with plaques on them.
is there anything procedure-wise they have to do in order to donate the bench?
No, they can gift it.
Okay.
So Jim, who they wanted to put in memory of?
I forgot the
His son
name.
Jewett.
Son,
Jewett is the
Sean,
name, Sean Jewett.
Don Jewett?
yeah, I guess he was a student at BOCES and it's associated with that. so,
Okay, gotcha.
I guess they walked.
But
it.
Same
on the
area.
Ray Hill Trail.
Yeah,
So seeing as though we're talking about the trail, we did look into that part of the Ray Hill Trail is not in the town of New Hartford.
okay, did you let Sal know over?
I haven't seen Sal, he's been off, so I haven't got it, but I will continue to try.
Okay, because that is a dangerous thing. I'll
Yes.
reach out to the supervisor and let him know tomorrow.
But we,
You verified that?
Shannon went out there and verified it, I verified it to make sure
Okay.
we were correct, and it's not in the town of New Hartford.
All right. Very good. Last, Herb drafted up a local law for the term limits. So we made some adjustments to that, and instead of putting years, we put 2 consecutive terms. I just asked the board to look at it over the next month and come back and we can try to get that
Have we
finalized.
heard what happened with the state legislature on it?
No,
Okay.
they're not doing anything, so we can,
They're not?
it's stalled, I mean.
I knew it was in committee, that's the last I knew.
Yeah, so anyways, take a look at that. If you need it, let me know, and then come back and we'll talk about it in May. And with that being said, the next meeting is May 6th at 6 PM here. Is there any other old business, new business? Okay, so we have a motion to adjourn.
A motion.
Motion by Councilman Latini, second.
I'll second.
Second by Councilman Prestera. Any discussion? Rick Moran for the roll, please.
Councilman Latini?
Aye.
Councilman Tian?
Aye.
Supervisor Messa?
Aye.
Councilman Reynolds? Councilman Prestera?
Aye.
All in favor?
Thank you. Have a great night.
Hey, everybody, have a nice Easter if I don't see you.
Yep, happy Easter.
Easter already passed. We've been here. We went past Easter.